Hey guys, it's PokeDude here with Misaki, and welcome back to Fate Stay Night. Misaki's microphone is still broken, so she's on her phone again today, and
Yep.
still got a little bit of a cough, but it's a lot better than it was last week. So hopefully they won't be dying halfway through the stream this time. Okay, so last time Caster kidnapped Saber, and now Shiro is no longer a master. Feels like I just got punched. Ah. Wake up from the pain in my shoulder. My body is still my body's still there. I feel like my limbs and hear I feel my limbs and hear my own breathing. There's a bandage wrapped around my shoulder, and the bed I'm in is soft. Huh? This place is, I don't know. And someone said, I think that's Rin.
This is it. You don't have to fight anymore.
I get up. I remember everything and jump up from the bit. Gah. Pain causes my back to arch. Ah. I feel my left shoulder. It's burning hot. It feels much worse than a pulled muscle. No, I'm lucky that my arm is still attached after a sword went through it, but it still hurts bad. Gah. Ah. Ha. I slowly get out of bed. I can bear this pain if I grit my teeth. Then... Oops. What the heck did I just do? Oh, okay. I hit a button on my keyboard, but then I think that thing popping up was like an error message or something. Hmm.
Oh,
I think I think it was saying an audio file failed to play or something like that, but we have that disabled anyway. So the heat in my shoulder reaches my head. I shake it off and move my legs. No one's there. No one's here. There shouldn't be anyone. I remember Tosaka's words. She said those words and left. So she went to fight by herself. I head to the door. I have to go outside. I have to go find Tosaka. I fall. I almost collapse and support myself using the dresser. Gah. It's useless. I fall along with the dresser. Sorry, I made a mess, Tosaka. I pick up the scattered stuff. Huh? I find something familiar. It's a simple pendant made of crystal. I think I saw this before. I saw it somewhere. Yeah, it was in the back. It was this back then as well. The night I got pierced by Lancer. The fatal wound was healed before I knew it. There was something I picked up when I left the hallway with a tired body. It's hot. The poison in my shoulder gets to my brain and makes me dizzy. Yeah, this is the same one. I know, but my mind does not think. Like the thing I dismissed as a dream. Like whose servant was fighting Lancer at that time. Like who could have saved me and who could have been there at that time. There's no need to think about it, but my head is spinning. Damn, what is that? She talked about owing me and all, but this is something I could never pay back. I feel dizzy. My head's messed up from the pain, and heat, and self-deprecation. I move my legs. I have to look for her. I have something I want to tell her, and there's something that she needs to know. This is all I can think about with this dizzy head. So just as a reminder, we already know from the Fate route that he has that same pendant back at home, but now he's found another one here. Ah. When my senses return, I'm in front of the station. My hazy head is moving based on a vague image that she's there. It orders me to go there as if I'm to look for her. I don't know. Hold on a sec.
I wonder if Rian's gonna make him pay for the gems this time. Since last time she mentioned it was a lot of money.
I don't know why I'm directed here. My bullet head is only thinking about this building, and I can only follow my instincts. I don't have any way to look for Tosaka from the start, so I can only cling to this thing. I get to the rooftop. The wind is blowing here. The wind blowing here is even colder and cools down my heated brain. I believe that's Rin.
Why are you here?
I hear someone gasp. Tosaka is looking down at the town from here, like that one night.
Go home. I don't know what you want to do, but you're an eyesore.
She expresses her anger and stares at me. Behind her, he's standing there, telling me silently that I'm of no use. I won't go home. When I do, it'll be with you. We promised to fight together, right? I collect my hazy mind and move my lips.
Forget about that promise. First of all, what can you do? Without Saber, you're no match for any master.
That's...
And there's no need for you to fight. You're not a master anymore, so you'll be safe if you run to the church. You just need to stay there, and the Holy Grail will come to an end.
I almost fainted at her words. It pisses me off. Don't be stupid. I can't leave Saber like that. Look, I said I'll fight, so I'll fight until the very end. Gah. My vision turns red. I can't talk. Just yelling makes my muscles cramp up, and I almost die.
See? You've had Saber's help until now. But that's how it is once you don't have her help. Look, Emiya-kun, people normally die when they're killed. Ah, yes, that famous line. Your wound should be fatal, you know.
I forgot there was a second one of those in this game. Damn. I know that. I know, but it's so painful that I can't speak.
And you talk about Saber and all, but it's not a problem of yours. You're not a master anymore, so it shouldn't concern you what happens to Saber.
It does concern me. All the more Saber has helped me with pain like this up until now. No, even if I'm not a master, Saber didn't want it. I can't have her be controlled.
I see, but you're powerless. Fine. If you don't want to admit yourself, I'll tell you. You can't save Saber as you are now.
My heat disappears. Her cold words freeze my boiling brain.
That's all. You lost Saber and you're not a master anymore. There's no need for you to be involved in this massacre. So you can forfeit here, Shiro.
Tosaka turns and walks off. Stop, Tosaka, but still. Amidst the blowing winds, Tosaka kicks the ground without any hesitation. You idiot, what are you thinking? I reach out frantically. Yeah.
Well, that's a dramatic exit.
Yeah. Actually, I think here is where the season 1 of the anime ended. I mentioned last time we were close to that halfway point, but yeah, I remember her leaving like this, and then Lisa's cover of "This Illusion" was started playing. There's no need for that. The knight in red appears next to Tosaka as if protecting her. Even if she jumps off from this height, she should be able to land without a problem if she has her servant. Tosaka's lips moved slightly. I can't hear what she said, but her eyes.
You'll die if you keep involving yourself.
Coldly tell me so, as if it's the last warning. My heat returns. The heat and pain make my mind go crazy. I don't think the anime ever actually made it clear what she said, like it did here. We see her move her mouth, but we don't hear any words. I cannot save Saber, and there's no reason for Emiyashiro to fight. My wound hurts. I look down at the night scenery that swallowed Tosaka and repeat those words in my head. Interlude.
It is a quiet night. The wind blowing on the mountain is gentle, and the rustling of the trees is as quiet as a whisper. There are no birds singing about winter, nor are there beasts howling at the moon. The only path leading to the Ryudo Temple. The long stone steps preserve its peacefulness tonight as well. But others do not know. This place has withstood 5 battles already. Each one was a great clash. Many servants challenged the Ryudo Temple. Berserker, Lancer, Rider, Saber, Archer. This mountain gate is able to enjoy the darkness thanks to the monster that has repelled all 5 enemies.
Wait. Berserker?
Yeah, I'm like, what, already? This longsword moves. It is fortunate that the moon is not out. The arc of the sword moving in a crescent moon shape is so beautiful that the moon would be ashamed of itself if it saw it.
I think that's Caster.
Are you listening, assassin? I told you that you will continue to guard the gate. He ignores the Magus in purple caster. Assassin lowers his longsword and glances at the mountain forest without interest.
Well, there was an intruder. I saw a strange bird, so I cut it, but it did not spill blood nor scream. Is this one of yours, Caster?
I see. This must have been a familiar spying on us. It must be Berserker's master or that young lady. Either way, this place will not last long. Caster walks through the forest and looks down at the thing on the ground. It is the corpse of an owl. It is a bird made from crystal. It is simple but suited for spying, and must have been made by Archer's master.
That lady is unlucky. I could have made her... Oh, wait, no, it's Caster.
That lady's unlucky. I could have made her my student if she were less talented. She steps on it. The amethyst crystals are crushed to powder, scattering star-like dust. There are people like this, so I leave you in charge to protect my master. I will disappear if my master dies. If that happens, you cannot exist either. If you do not want to disappear, protect the gate and be prepared even for death. That's funny. If you don't want to die, be prepared to die.
Yeah. Well, it is hard to be prepared for death. I've never felt that I was alive. It's not. Is it not meaningless to ask that of one such as I?
Stop your impudent talk. Do not misunderstand, assassin. You are a servant I summoned. A slave should act like a slave. If you cannot swear your loyalty, you can disappear right now. Caster's words are filled with enmity and contempt. For her, assassin is only a tool. It is annoying for a tool to talk, so it is natural for her to get mad when it starts to speak cynically.
I see. Good heavens. My life is like a heat haze, but it is problematic if I disappear now. I've made a promise. If I can, I would like to fulfill this promise.
Then hold your tongue. You only need to protect this place. If you're able to do so, I can make you real. A low class like you without a noble phantasm can become a heroic spirit. So it should be worth risking your life, right?
You do not need to worry. I belong to the other world from the beginning. I will act out my role. But is it alright, Caster? I'm not loyal to my master, but you are dishonest as well. Tonight's matter is a secret to your master, right?
And at that instant, Assassin's body explodes. A thumping sound. The curse that was put into his body upon summoning has exploded. The trees sway. Assassin is flung into the forest, his chest pierced from within by his own ribs. His figure is like a bloomed flower.
Jeez, you're getting worse every day, Caster.
Quiet. If I have to tell you one more time, I will eliminate you before waiting 5 days.
Jeez, they say women and mean people are unmanageable, but you have gone too far.
The flashy servant gets up. This servant does not lose his elegance, even if he shows his ribs or if his body is covered in blood. Oh?
Oh no, that's him.
Oh.
Oh, do not glare at me like that. You're wasting your beautiful face, Caster. I know everything is to be a secret from your master, right? I will hide the fact that you caught Saber and that I am guarding this place. It is a moving story. I wish that your caring spirit would reach him.
Assassin, you...
I'm just being a poor loser. I cannot attack you, so allow me to joke around like that. I will protect the gate. I will protect it no matter what. But where are you going? Do you not trust my protection?
Of course not. You're just insurance. But that's at an end as well. Once I have control of Saber, I don't have to use this rustic place as my temple.
So you'll relocate? Then I am certainly not needed. Is there a secret ground superior to this place?
Yes, it is inferior to this place. But there is a place suited for me, and I will be going there in the near future anyways. There is no problem if I go now, right? Assassin's expression, which has been cool up till now, clouds up. Caster smiles as if she's satisfied. Yes, our victory is certain, so I'm going to go receive the prize ahead of time. A new territory in the Holy Grail. And I also have another piece called Saber. With all this, I'm sure my uninterested master would have no complaints with my policy. That is true. No matter how much Caster's master, Kozuki Soichiro, stays silent, he would be forced to fight if the conditions are set so perfectly. But what is more certain is that the boring war will end. There will be nothing to fear once I obtain the Holy Grail. Yes, nobody would be able to stop me. Loud laughter pollutes the night. The Magus in purple expresses her victory. The knight with the longsword looks up at the sky. The time is near. No matter what the end may be, only 5 days remain. Even though the remaining time will not likely be used up, the swordsman that has lived through hell feels that the match will not be settled easily.
Interlude out. And I fall. I can't even breathe properly. The wound in my shoulder is swelling up, and it hurts just to breathe. I can't keep my consciousness. I'll fall asleep if I let my guard down. No, first of all, I'm not too sure if I'm conscious or not. I don't know how I got home from that rooftop, nor why I came home. My thoughts become vague. The only sure thing is my thumping heart. Tosaka told me not to involve myself. Because I'm powerless and I don't have a reason to fight anymore. But that's wrong. I knew more than anyone that I'm powerless. A reason to fight is something different. I can't let it become just a scar. Losing against others is inevitable. I'm used to being beat up, and it's vexing, but I know I can't reach them no matter what I do. But that's only when my enemy is someone else. I can't lose against myself. There's no element that would make me lose if our powers are equal. To admit defeat against such an enemy is to declare that I'm wrong. The wound distorts. Blood stains the bandage. I grab it with my left hand and glare at the darkness. The memory from 10 years ago. The wounds of the man who was my father. Words of the man. Even if I was wrong from the start, there's nothing wrong with the path I took. I wanted to be a superhero so that incident wouldn't just become a sad memory. A time where everyone would be happy and shed no tears. I've held that ideal for 10 years. Then, it doesn't matter how badly my head refuses to function. What needs to be done is determined from the start. I don't fight because I became a master. I decided to fight because it's something I can do, and I believed it's something I have to do. I finally remember the obvious. Tosaka, no matter how much you tell me, if I believe it is right, I will believe this path until the very end. I won't stop, and I won't let her fight by herself. That's why I will sleep now. I won't let her call me a burden. I'll heal this wound up in one night, and when I wake up in the morning, I'll catch up to her for sure and repay her for what she did that night. Moonlight 2. No, interlude.
The stone room is illuminated by the morning sun. The light coming in from the ceiling pushes back the darkness. Every entrance and every window is sealed off, but even that cannot block out the sunlight. Even the place that should be covered in darkness benefits from the break of dawn.
That's Saber, I believe.
Entrances and windows are ordinarily used to let things enter and leave. The cracks cannot be covered, and besides, if it is entirely closed off, it cannot fulfill its duty and be used as a passage. If one wants to completely shut out the light, there should not be any entrances. If one prefers darkness, one should go to an underground place without any way of return. Ah. In that regard, this underground temple is not perfect. Light exposes all secrets without reservation. The hidden temple was easily discovered, and its master was easily eliminated as well. There are traces of blood on the floor. The original owner of this temple was killed by an intruder. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Kotomine Kide, was removed from the stage by Caster's hand.
Dang, Kirei got taken out.
You know, I don't mind that. That battle happened a few hours ago. The underground regained its silence. The new master of the church is standing in the darkness. But the winner scorns herself. Caster glares at the darkness with an irritated look. First of all, this temple is unpleasant. Neither the sanctuary nor the secret sanctuary hidden beneath it suit her taste. The intruding light is unpleasant, and the priest she killed was unpleasant as well. And most importantly, the crucial objective has not been accomplished yet. She is shocked at how poorly things are going, and she even considers reducing this whole place to ashes. Fortunately, she refrains from such violence. It is not because she regained her composure, nor is it because of respect towards this church. She suppressed her emotion only because of the sound. Faint, periodic sounds. A woman's painful voice is like fine music to her. She forgets her troubles and enjoys the spectacle. The groaning sounds of pain come from a girl. The weak murmur contains heated arousal. The groans would inspire either compassion or sadistic pleasure in those who may hear them. It does not need to be said that she falls under the latter category. Sweat drips down from her forehead. Just watching the beautiful lips gasping in shame seems to bring heat to this cold room. You are doing very well, Saber. I would never have expected you to resist the command spell for a whole night. She talks with delight.
So apparently this outfit is the original inspiration for Saber Lily's design. Like, it's a different outfit, but this was used as a base for it.
It's cute. At the back of the temple, the girl hangs, only able to moan. As long as she opposes the command spell, free will does not exist for Saber. Worse still, a magic so strong that it is visible tortures Saber's body. The command spell pressures her from the inside, and Caster's magic tortures her from the outside. The torture is more unbearable than having her body wounded. Saber's reasoning has already been melted away. Only the last remnants of her pride hold her back. Neither the command spell nor Caster's magic can take away that deep root. Therefore, the torture continues forever. Caster watches the process, how the girl desperately tries to hold her ground. It was Caster that dressed her in this white costume. It is not arousing her with her armor, and most of all, the armor does not suit her. If she is an untainted virgin, she would be in a pure white dress when she falls.
But she's had kids.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, come to think of it, Merlin did actually give her a dick to have Mordred, so I guess on the female side she might be a virgin.
Gender bend logic. Hoo-hoo. How brave of you. No matter how much you resist with your will, that servant body of yours is different. You can tell that the command spell is slowly infringing on your mind, right? You will be mine in less than a day. In that case, is it not easier to give up now and become mine?
So that dialogue from Medea during the Akihabara event has some different connotations now.
Yeah. The voice protests painfully. Even though her reasoning is melted, Saber does not yield to Castor. As Castor says, she will endure this torture until the command spell fully controls her body. You are stubborn, Saber, but I shall forgive you. I like girls like you. That golden hair, small body, the boyish gallant figure, everything is so cute. And I love your loyalty for trying to choose death over betrayal. Really? I want to step on you and crush you. She looks at the girl with eyes filled with joy and hatred. If Cassie put her mind to it, she could get Saber to surrender in an instant. Saber's freedom is lost from fighting one command spell. Then the result is obvious if Castor uses a second command spell. Saber will become Castor's without the need for such torture. But she will not do such an inelegant thing. Castor should take time training her, since she is a lovely toy. For Castor, Saber is a tool with first-class appearance and ability. It is natural for her to savor this rare jewel. Yes, it is boring to control your body using the command spell. I will have you become my servant out of your own will. Yes, I will destroy your mind before your body. Castor glares with bewitching eyes at the girl in the white dress. She almost forgets about the Holy Grail. She thinks about Saber's white skin and imagines transforming her into a slave that only seeks pleasure. You will make the girl into a tainted slave to her lusts. She will not do something crude like taking her virginity. She is a virgin. Then she should make her into a virgin that drowns in pleasure. A girl whose body will never be satisfied, greedily seeking pleasure. When she imagines it and smiles.
Wait. What are you doing there, Castor? Yeah.
An unemotional voice suddenly calls her from behind.
I forget who this is.
Turns around immediately. Above the temple, someone slowly comes down the stairs that led outside. A tall, lean figure appears in the darkness. There is no sound of footsteps, nor is there any presence to be felt. The man comes down into the temple and shows no emotion even after seeing the blood on the ground and the girl.
Oh, I got the gender right at least. Oh, alright, that was close.
Ichiro-sama. Cassie changes her attitude right away. Her expression changes from one filled with joy and irritation to that of a tense servant. Why are you here? I believe I asked you to stay at the Ryuro Temple.
I questioned you first, Castor. I asked you what you were doing here.
The man, Kuzuki Soichiro, does not change the tone of his voice. That flat voice is more terrifying than any threat. A voice without emotion is like a mirror. A guilty conscience. The voice is more fearful to those with greater guilt. One is questioned not by Kuzuki, but by one's own mind. Caster holds her hands on her chest and reports to Kuzuki. He's not one that can be fooled. No, she cannot bear to tell a lie to this person. I had taken away a servant last night from one of the masters, Emiyashiro. I let Emiyashiro go, but he is no longer a master. If he is smart, he should not oppose us anymore.
I see, but I have not given such an order.
I acted arbitrarily, master. After that, I attacked the church to obtain this vessel of the Holy Grail. I have killed the priest, the caretaker of the Holy Grail, but the Grail's whereabouts are unknown.
That was your decision as well, huh? You must not have returned because you could not find the Holy Grail. But it is a place you obtained after much trouble. It would be meaningless to abandon it without finding what you are after.
Kuzuki's words are not criticizing her, but Caster can only be ashamed of herself. She killed the priest who knew where the Holy Grail was, but she still does not have the Holy Grail. Furthermore, she has revealed her own action which should have been hidden away from him.
Oops.
What else can she...
Sorry. Stop. No, back up.
What else can she call it but a total failure?
I understand the situation. Can you explain why you did this, Caster?
I am sorry, but this is all for you, Master. My goal is to lead you to victory. I have no other reason. A long silence. After hearing Caster's declaration, Kuzuki Soichiro murmurs.
I see. Then I cannot move away from here. Your troubles will be for nothing if other masters find the Holy Grail while we were absent.
Then, Master...
You can search this place until you are satisfied. I shall remain here until you are done. You alone are not fit for fighting. You will need a guard until Saber is under your control.
Huh? No, there is no need for that. I do not need your help. And I do not know how long the search will take. And this place is dangerous. You will be safe if you return to the Riro Temple.
That is true, but if I do that, I cannot fulfill my objective.
Those words are unexpected even for Caster. What kind of objective does this man have, who has no interest even in the Holy Grail, which can grant any wish? Soichiro-sama, then...
Hurry. I do not care if it is not here. Just make sure you come up with a clear result.
With that, Kuzuki goes back up the stairs. Caster watches him go in blank amazement. The dark room is still silent. The footsteps going up the stairs still cannot be heard.
Interlude out.
Well, it's a good thing Emiya did not go to the church like Rin wanted.
Yeah, that's the bullet there. I open my eyes. My eyes are not the only things that wake up, as my sleeping mind wakes up as well. The wound is not a problem. I checked the wound on my left shoulder. It still hurts, but there's no intense pain like last night. The heat in my body has gone away somewhat. It shouldn't be a problem for me to move around. I ate breakfast and satisfied my hunger. Food comes before anything else. My body won't move unless I get the nutrition it needs. Alright. I reapply the bandage. The wound has turned dark blue. It hasn't healed up, and I can't see fresh red meat. I can see fresh red meat. Of course, Saber's not here. I disinfect it, put gauze over it, and wrap bandages around it. It's a primitive first aid treatment to wrap and constrict the wound, but I have to do this so it won't get any worse. All done. I'll need a weapon now. It's cloudy today. must be really cold as there's frost on the grass outside. But that's meaningless to me. I feel no cold. My body is burning and I want to pour ice water all over myself. But this is much better than the condition I was in last night. The only things I can find are wooden swords. I'll choose one that looks like it is the best and put it in my shinai bag. I slap my cheeks. I don't know if it's to encourage myself or to reassure myself that I won't be coming back here. I honestly don't know why I did that. I carry the shinai bag over my right shoulder and head outside. A place I've lived at for so long. A shed that was like my own room, but I don't turn to look at it. Well, even though I decided to fight, there are many problems. I have to determine clearly what I should do first, or I'll probably end up not getting anything done. There are two courses of action. I save down. Check the flowchart. Okay, so apparently, if we had less than 2 rin, if we had 2 rin points or less at this point, we would be forced into a bad ending. But there are so many rin points along the way that would be very difficult to get by accident. But we can still make the wrong choice here.
Will we go to the bad ending no matter, like, later on too, or?
Yeah. So, if we didn't have enough rin points, we would skip this choice to go straight to the bad ending. But here we can choose to go to the bad ending.
Let me guess, the bad ending is going to the church.
Yeah.
A.k.a. following her advice.
Yep. Go to the church advice. I'll go to the church. It's irritating to go ask for that priest for help, but this is no situation to be caring about such a thing. Even if beating up with Tosaka and getting her help may be the best course of action, I have no way of finding her. But that priest might know where she is, and maybe even how to fight against Castor.
I mean, he did have a fight against Castor.
My body feels heavy. The wound in my shoulder aches and gets hotter with each step I take. This small hill feels like a wall to me, but it'll end soon. I'll be relieved from this heaviness once I go up the hill and reach the church. The church looks as if it were constructed near the sky. Blood is dripping down my chest. Damn, my wound opened up. I don't think my weak will made the wound worse. I should actually be resting. So it's natural for my wound to open up if I push myself and move around. And if I see Kotomine, even that will... He may not be able to treat me, but I'm sure he has some medicine. His role is to protect masters that are not able to fight anymore. This is ironic, but I am qualified to be under the church's care as I have lost my command spell. Only a bit more until the church. I'm worried about where Tosaka may be and how Saber's doing, but I just want to sit down and cool my body for now. The lights are out. The church is silent. Kotomine? I don't see the priest. But I'm sure he's here. I feel a presence. The church is not empty as I hear sounds from deeper within. Huh? Something's wrong. What I feel and what I know are in conflict with each other. I can't concentrate. My wound is aching and I'm unable to judge what's wrong, what's happening, and what could be dangerous here. An earthquake? I stopped myself from sitting down on the chair. A shelf might have come down as I hear things breaking and Kotomine's voice. So he's in the back. It's dark in here. Today might be the day off for the church, and the priest might just be in the back. I don't know if the church has a day off, but I don't think it's accepting visitors since the lights are off. And on a day like this, it's hard to keep walking with this wound, but I can't just sit down. I have to go see the priest to have this wound treated and to find out where Tosaka might be. I emerged in the courtyard. I couldn't tell from the outside, but it seems this building has a small plaza in the middle. The hallway surrounding the garden is splendid, and it reminds me of a monastery I read about. Huh? I stop. I think something that shouldn't be there was on the pillar right there. Probably Castor.
Oh? I thought I'd see you again, but I didn't think it would be this soon.
I turn around as I fall. My feet are wobbling, and I keep myself from falling by leaning against the wall. Why are you here? I bear the pain in my shoulder and stare at the shadow in front of me.
That is my line. I thought you wouldn't be able to move for a while with that wound, but you are much more resilient than I expected.
The purple robe comes closer. I'll tell you right now, this choice doesn't matter.
I mean, at this point, fight.
Fight.
It's useless. With so little power, you cannot run away from me no matter what you do. But he wasn't running, he was fighting.
Castor's voice echoes. Where am I? No, what happened to my vision? Castor! I swing my wooden sword in a world without any direction. I don't feel it hitting anything, and I don't hear the sound of its swing. I just use up my energy and worsen my wound.
Do not worry. I won't kill you. You are valuable since you are rare. I shall rip off those annoying limbs of yours and use you as a wand for projection magic.
That's a new use for his body.
Yep.
Gah. My insides writhe. My body won't even budge, but my insides are turning like laundry inside a dryer.
I am surprised. Your body is not given up yet, even though I have your mind. I like you all the more now. Saber will soon be mine, so I will treat you gently, like I will her.
The nausea that almost causes me to throw up. My organ stops. The Magus in purple reaches out with her finger, wet with someone else's blood.
That man got away, but I will not let you go. Here, I shall let you see your beloved princess. Wait, what man got away?
Good question. My vision is cut off. I don't feel my limbs, and the only certain thing I feel is the pain in my shoulder. But that ends quickly as well. Maybe it could have been Gilgamesh or Lancer, perhaps? Dead end.
Though she also likes useless people, apparently, I guess, so... maybe she was thinking of Shinji, ew. Oh?
What is this? Tokimeki Prophecy.
Hi, is everyone doing well? This is the corner that helps the unfortunate people who get run over by the trucks. Once they enter a shortcut, the Tiger Dojo. Poor Ilya. Well, the cause of death this time is poor misfortune. The correct choice to go to the church. It's the correct choice to go to the church, but I recommend looking around for Tosaka-san by yourself for a bit. Hey, why are you frozen, Ilya-chan? Did you mistakenly eat something spicy? Are you ignoring me? That's rude. Answer me. No, keep me company. I'm feeling lonely. Poke, poke, poke. Jeez, shut up. Oh, you're awake now? It's not, am I awake? I was frozen from shock, fainted, ectoplasm. Why? Why? What's that intro? What is that? Isn't this Tiger Dojo? I don't get it at all. A magical girl is like that, you know? You don't know that, Ilya-chan? That expression of pity irritates me. First of all, are you of an age to be a magical girl? Out of everybody in Fate, the only one suited to be a magical girl is me.
Well, there's some foreshadowing.
Yep, cough, cough. And senpai. Anyway, that intro won't be allowed in the future. The magical girl joke will not be allowed.
Rina actually was a magical girl, by the way. And at the start of Prisma Ilya, she had Ruby, and then Ruby abandoned her because she got tired of her.
Wow, of course. I see. You wanted to be a magical girl too, huh? But I'm sorry, it's impossible. There are the right people for the right things, you know? But I will work something out for you. You're pretty evil inside, so I think you'll make a good enemy, like German Buruma or General Tiger. I won't play such a weird character. Go to hell, you drunk tiger. Yeah, a new rival appears. And then out of spite, Ilya becomes a magical girl.
It's important to note, though, that Prisma Ilya is like a completely different character from Stay Night Ilya. It's like comparing regular Saber to MHX. Alright, let's go meet up with Tosaka. I'll go find Tosaka. She told me to forfeit. If I'm going to ignore her advice and fight, I have to make her realize that I'm not going to give up, and that we're still cooperating. And I can't let her fight by herself. I owe her big time. I can't forfeit until I repay her for that. And she always screws up at the crucial moment, and she's so unreliable that I can't let her be alone. I just Shinai back on my shoulder. 1 second. I know I won't be of much help and that she will object. But I can't obtain peace of mind until I see Tosaka's face. This is just a what if. But if she gets injured away from me, I can't even be there to help her. Phew. I sit down on a bench and rest my burning body. It's past noon. I've searched all around Shinto, but I haven't found anything. Damn, I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I didn't think I would find nothing. I knew from the start that I had no way to find Tosaka. I let my luck take over and searched through the town, but I couldn't find her, nor any traces of her. The other masters aren't coming out either. I guess there's no need to attack me now they don't have my command spell. I sigh and lay back. I'm making no progress like this. Tosaka hasn't left any traces, and my last resort of using myself as bait to lure out other masters is failing so far. I get a bit uneasy. I may not be able to find Tosaka, and I might not be able to save Saber. It might already be a terrible situation by the time I find them. It's still noon. I won't let that happen so easily. I get back up. I ignore the renewed throbbing in my shoulder and leave the park. I'll search one more time. I'm sure that she's in Shinto. It's just like last night. I don't know why, but I can feel that he is around here. It's not something ambiguous like a premonition. This is certain knowledge, like a conviction. Another interlude.
When did I figure out what the dream was? A desert as far as I can see. The numerous swords stuck in the ground do not have a wielder. The sky is stormy and there is no forest town or sea within my sight. A hill of blades stretching to infinity. A graveyard of steel without any wielder or bearer. I knew from the start that this is the scenery inside that hero's mind. After many sequences of events, one who becomes a heroic spirit ends up in that place. There are those who left the world loved by people, and there are those that left the world praised as noble kings. There are those who died wanting to fight, and there are those who died in satisfaction. But it seems there are many that have been praised as heroes against their will. If true heroes are those who have legitimately earned that title, these are a different kind. They were forced to the throne of heroes because of their fate, and they should be called Avenger, the anti-hero. They are the opposite of heroes, but they were praised as heroes regardless. Even those that hated humans and those that humans hated are summoned as guardians. But he's neither. He's not a true hero nor a rare anti-hero. He was never compensated for his efforts, and his own life ended with betrayal. But he never hated humans. But it didn't last. Yes, he probably grew wary. I was mistaken. Heroic spirits, familiars called servants. Humanity's power to control, called the Guardians. They are summoned into every age to prevent humanity's extinction. But the only condition for their summoning is destruction brought on by humans. Naturally, destruction brought on by an outside factor is solved not by human power, but by the world's restraining power. So the only thing guardian heroic spirits can see is self-destruction. They are an existence that eliminates destruction brought on by human greed. He made a contract with the world to save humans and become a hero. After he died, he became a heroic spirit and was showed humanity's self-destruction over and over again. He is surrounded as a hero. He is summoned as a heroic spirit to save people, but he only gets to clean up after people's wrongdoings. It did not take long for him to realize that it is meaningless and start loathing the human world. And in the end, he was betrayed by the ideal that he protected unto death.
Rin, do you feel dizzy?
Huh? Hearing the call, Tosaka-rin wakes up. She slowly looks around. This is the foreigner's cemetery. It is just past 7 o'clock, but there is no one here. Well, the hill with the church is always empty to start with. Sorry, I fell asleep. I guess I'm tired.
That is understandable. You have not slept since last night. Should we postpone this if you're not feeling well? Do not have to get them right at this moment.
No, we can't take our time. Since we know where Castor is, we should settle this right now. After saying so, Reen realizes that her body is warm. Her familiar archer must have kept her warm using his cloak. Heh, you knew I was asleep, huh? And you didn't wake me up?
Well, it's rare to see someone sleeping while they are standing. I was fascinated, so I had to observe it.
Understandable. That's even worse. Who are you to be staring at a girl's sleeping face?
Do not worry, I have done nothing so rude. But I did hear something else. I can close my eyes, but I cannot close my ears.
I see. What was I saying, Archer?
Heard a few scary phrases, like how you're so angry.
Oh, that's good. Reen sighs with relief. The dream she saw should not be discussed. She can't have Archer know about it. She likes the relationship. To maintain it, she has to hide the fact that she knows about Archer's past. Let's go, Archer. I know a bit about the church. I can guess where she might be hiding. She brushes away Archer's cloak. Archer silently protects from behind her. Then, hey Archer, have you ever regretted your own actions? She asks without turning around.
I don't want to, if I can help it. I want to grit my teeth and be stubborn, even when I'm completely beaten. But I'm sure that's hard. Harder than I imagined, I suppose. Oh wait, are we... Did I get that backwards?
I can't tell.
Yeah. uh... Yeah, I think this was Rin's line, so... That would depend on the person. There are those who can and those who cannot do so. You are the former. Such people will not make mistakes, let alone consider them.
Hey, it sounds like I'm an arrogant tyrant.
That is a good observation, Rin. A brilliant person shines brighter than others. Such a person never has to grit their teeth. So this is a personal opinion, but you would fall under that category. Tosaka Rin will follow her path until the very end.
The knight in red cloak praises her. Reem blushes at his answer but keeps asking without turning around.
Yeah, that's her, I think.
Then what about you? Do you think you would be able to believe in yourself until the very end?
I'm sorry, but that question is meaningless.
Why? It's something you're able to answer, right? She sounds a bit nervous. To that,
The unit at the very end part is meaningless. Until the very end part. Did you forget, Master? I meant my end a long time ago.
the knight in red gives his reply.
Interlude out. By the way, this game never actually directly states how he became a heroic spirit. But apparently it was said like later in supplementary material that he, like they said, he made a deal with the world to get power. It was
Mhm.
to shut down it was to stop a nuclear reactor meltdown.
Wow, way in the future, huh?
Yeah. Man, I sigh and lean against the sign. I searched until sunset, and the only thing I figured out was how useless I am. The wound on my left shoulder is throbbing with pain. I don't know if it's opened up or if the bandage is getting loose. Either way, I can't spend too much time on the search. It'll end up like last night if I can't find a clue. Man, where could she be? I recall when I parted ways with her last night. It's already been a day since she told me to run to the church since I can't fight without Saber. Oh, the church. Here's a clue. I thought about it when I started the search this morning. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War. The priest at the church might know where Tosaka is. It's irritating to go ask that priest for help, but this is no time to be hung up on that sort of thing. No, I shouldn't go see that priest, regardless of my feelings. He's a priest, but Kotomini Kirei is not a man that should be approached. I don't want to go ask him for advice, but it's the only one I can count on right now. I'll consult him just this once. That shouldn't be a problem. I convince myself and move my aching body. It's almost 7 o'clock. "20 minutes walk from the station. The church is in the suburbs, away from the noisy town. It's been 9 days since I last went up this hill. I've been going there pretty often now, considering that I've never went there before. To be honest, I don't like the church. Maybe that building itself is a forbidden place I shouldn't approach. A fire 10 years ago. The church took care of all the orphans at that time, so it reminds me of that incident, whether I like it or not."
I mean, yeah, took care of.
Yeah. I get up the hill and come out into the clearing. I get a sudden headache. It's not because of the wound on my shoulder. The wound is causing me to have a fever, but it shouldn't give me such a headache. My temples are hurting. I lose myself and feel a chill, as if my body is splitting in two like a shedding insect. This is weird. I bear the headache and start running. It's because of the hunch I've had since yesterday. The conviction that Tosaka is in Shinto. That sensation is assailing me now and causing the headache. And something should be going on in there. There are bloodstains on the floor. Blood continues to the door in the back of the church. No, that's wrong. It looks more like it came out from that door. I'm curious about it, but now's not the time. There's blood. It means someone's hurt. And this much, too. Their life must be in danger. I feel a sharp pain in my head. Dull heaviness settles in my body. I ignore it, take out the wooden sword, and start walking quietly. "Tosaka, are you there?" Nobody replies. The air is tense. I feel like the windows here will break if I'm too loud. I follow the trail of blood. It's coming from between the columns. A dark stairway that you would normally not notice. A descending stairway. This place has a basement? This is a church, so could it be a mausoleum? I don't have enough energy to just stand here and think. I cautiously step into the darkness. I descend into the darkness. I see a faint light at the end of the stairs. Breathing quietly, I make my way down using the faint light. The narrow corridor ends, and I come out to an open space. It's a big stone room. The stairs follow the wall down the catacombs to the catacombs. There's an opening space at the end of the stairs, and there's the person I've been looking for, Tosaka Rin. Tosaka confronts the enemy before her with Archer's protection. In front of her, in front of the altar, are two people. It does not even need to be said who they are. Magus in a purple robe, Castor, and her master Kuzuki. And on the altar behind them is Saber, who is looking down and panting painfully. My heart jumps. My pulse is beating faster than normal. The situation is obvious. Two pairs of master and servant are confronting each other in the temple about 5 meters below me. They haven't noticed me standing above them as they're too absorbed. Tosaka and Castor are looking for an opening to strike. It would be suicidal for them to look up in a situation like this. My heart beats even faster. My head pounds and my shoulder aches as if seared by hot iron. I can't keep my presence hidden forever in this state. Castor and Kuzuki will notice me if they happen to look up just a bit. I put a save down. Check the flowchart. I'll go out. I can give Tosaka an opening now. Now's my chance. It's not just a surprise attack. Tosaka and Archer, Castor and Kuzuki. If their powers are equal, even I can make a difference. I can let Archer take care of Castor, so if I can stop Kuzuki for a while, Tosaka can shoot him from a distance. Misaki?
Shido?
Oh, yep. I run down the stairs. I have strengthened the wooden sword in my hand. I suppress the pain in my shoulder. I can't let Castor know that I'm wounded.
Are you out of your mind? Why are you here?
What are you saying? You're the one who told me to go to the church. I didn't think I'd run into such a situation here either. Tosaka gasps. Good. I said that on a whim, but it seems Tosaka understands now. I'm going to help you. It should be of use in this situation, right? Play to me after we defeat Castor. Slowly close in on Kuzuki so that I'll be able to protect her. You idiot. You and Rin would have survived if you had not come out. Huh? He mutters as if he's given up. Before I realize what he means. Castor, this makes 3 against 3. You should have no complaints. Get Saber. Kuzuki uses his command spell to order Castor. What? Saber's bindings are released. The golden-haired girl falls powerlessly onto the ground and...
No way. Saber shouldn't be under her control yet. Yes, that is why I used the command spell and ordered her to kill you guys. It was my master's order. I did not want to use it, but I had to, right?
Saber gets up. Her body is covered with her silver armor, and her hand is a golden sword I've never seen before.
You got me, boy. I only have 1 command spell remaining now. This is for my protection, so I cannot order Saber by force anymore. My plan to make the Holy Grail eternal has been foiled. I can only make 1 wish come true now, but... I shall have fun here before that. Saber, show them your true powers, as they have spoiled my wish.
Saber readies her golden sword and steps towards us. Archer is silent. Instead of telling Tosaka to run, he stands in front of Saber. It is the final loyalty of the knight that understands that he cannot protect his master no matter what. Saber and Castor begin their attack. There's no way to counterattack, nor is there time to run away. How can a mere human defend against it when even Archer has abandoned all hope? Saber and Caster, ordered by the command spells, the two servants attack mercilessly. Dead end. Well, I guess there are worse ways to go than getting Excalibured.
Yep. Hello, everyone.
What is that logo down there? Well, I gotta move you out of the way so they can see. Oh, not that. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, so... Afternoon Maru Maru. Okay.
Hello, everyone. It is time for the Counselor of Life. Time to resolve all your secret problems. This is today's guest. The one living in Ryuro Temple in Fuyuki City, Caster-san, pseudonym, 28 years old, estimated. Partially censored.
Yeah.
Hello. Please give me your best regards. The voice has changed for privacy reasons. Oh my, you're beautiful.
Here, let me do it since the voice has changed.
What's wrong? Someone as beautiful as you shouldn't have any problems.
Well, I think I'm not standing out. People say I'm plain compared to the other 6. Not a good character, and that I'm too old.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, what is this? It says here that you are a fortune teller.
Yes, I actually want to be a housewife and raise a warm family. I returned to work in hopes of decreasing the burden on my husband, but I'm getting tormented at work as well. What should I do? I want to change. I want to be a more lovable character.
That's impossible. During the development phase, it was said that Caster turns into a loli with hyperpower, but we only need one loli.
Wow, early mention Medea Lily.
Give up your hope of being a cute character until later on.
Yeah. You're right. I kind of realized it, but it's just too painful. I'm doing my best, you know. I secretly saved up, hired a guard, and set up surveillance cameras everywhere. But my husband doesn't even thank me for my hard work. Just a while ago, my plan was foiled by these kids that suddenly appeared. Working so hard, but I'm not getting compensated for it. Fujimoto-san, could someone like me find happiness?
Nope. It's your fault, Caster-san.
No way. Even here, they abuse me?
Alright, I'm bored with this now. This case is settled. That is all for the life counseling by Fujimoto. Poor Caster.
And we got no advice. And I guess we got dating advice? Not yet. I can't act so recklessly. I breathe quietly. I push my body against the wall and watch while keeping myself hidden. It's still too early. It'll be too reckless to change in what I don't understand. To charge in when I don't understand the situation yet. And more than anything, I don't have much power. A strengthened wooden sword is my only weapon. It's foolish to confront Caster without a plan. No, that's wrong. I do have another weapon. No way, what am I thinking? I can't use projection. Half my body became numb after I used it once. Archer told me that it'll end up worse if I do it again. Using magic beyond your capabilities can destroy you. If I use projection magic in this state, it'll be natural for me to die on the spot. The chance will come. For now, I'll buy my time and wait for my chance.
I see. So you killed Kire?
Her voice only holds murderous intent. Tosaka's glaring at the enemy with a coldness never seen before. 1 second. Okay.
Yes, he didn't seem like someone that would obediently hand me the Holy Grail. I also didn't want him to interrupt later on.
In contrast, Castor is calm and composed. The monks in purple cheerfully admits the murder of the priest. A grating sound echoes through the temple. It was more like a devil than a saint to me, but that priest was a fellow apprentice to Tosaka. And he was killed. Even though he was involved and might have been prepared for it, it's not something we can take in readily.
I see. That's fine. Kire should have been prepared for such a thing. But Castor, did you check his corpse?
Am I mistaken, or has she suppressed all her anger? Tosaka seems like she's not angry at all. Castor even evades Tosaka's question.
Is that Castor?
Yeah.
What are you saying? Such a thing should not concern you. No, it doesn't, but it's not something totally unrelated to me. I just want to make sure, since I'll be relieved if he's really dead. What does that mean, little lady? It means what it means, Castor. He's not one to die so easily. I just thought that he might be alive since he didn't check the corpse. Damn.
Oh, I think that's
Damn, you're useless. If you attacked Kire, make sure you killed him. Oh well, I have something to do now. So let's finish this quickly, Castor. We can fight freely, as there are no hostages this time.
a signal to start. Tosaka or Castor. If either one of them takes a step forward, this temple will be filled with magic.
You talk big. Do you think you can beat me in this situation? It depends on how I do it. Fortunately, it seems Saber has yet to come under your control, so the conditions are the same. And I also know about Kazuki-sensei. Saber was surprised, but he is no threat to Archer if he knows his attacks beforehand.
Tosaka points to Archer while staring at Castor.
You heard it, Archer. I'll fight Castor. She might break your contract if you get too close to her.
So I will be fighting that man? I do not mind, but do you know that Amagus cannot be Castor, Rin?
Don't worry. I wouldn't say anything if I didn't have a chance of victory. I'll surely defeat Castor here. If I do that, Saber will be freed and Shido can make a contract with her again, right?
Tosaka tenses for action. I feel pressure as if she's a tiger about to attack its prey. And if I stop her... This is only a theory. It's difficult to defeat her here. She is a master when it comes to running away. She's a woman that will kill her own brother to escape. Archer steps between Tosaka and Castor.
Archer, what are you doing?
He does not answer Tosaka. The knight in red silently confronts Castor. I think I saw something like this before.
I killed my own brother? You talk like you know about me. Do you know my true identity?
I hear human-shaped creatures made of dragon's teeth are made using or magic used by the king of Colchis. I heard that his daughter, Medea, was famed as an excellent witch. The air freezes. Castor's composure disappears, and an entity like fires directed at Archer.
Oh, the first name reveal.
Yep.
I see. Then you should know which one of us is at an advantage now, right?
Archer does not answer. His expression is like stone, as if accepting everything that is happening.
Resistance is futile, Archer. You won't be able to take back Saber no matter who you may be. She still has a will to resist me, but that should not last for another day. And I can make her into my puppet now if I use my command spell.
I barely stop myself from moving. Not yet. Even if that's true, now's not the time. If I want to save Saber, I can't jump out now.
Heh. Saber should be able to stand it even if you use the command spell. I don't know if it'll be a minute or two. But we should be able to beat you in that time. Yes, you're right. You look like you have some plan. But Archer, do you really think so? Do you think you can defeat me here like that girl thinks?
Castor and Tosaka are glaring at each other, standing in between them. That is impossible. Even if we attack you, all we would manage is to take half your powers at most. What awaits us after that is a disadvantageous situation where we would be fighting both you and Saber. Archer does not meet his master's expectations.
Archer, that's...
You should know, Rin. We cannot win if that happens. Saber's abilities were restricted because of her incomplete master, and she does not have that restriction anymore. She is the strongest servant now. Only Berserker should be able to match her. He speaks plainly. Tosaka stares at Archer in astonishment, and even Castor is bewildered by the sensible enemy. But it's different for me. I've experienced something like this before. Could he? I get a bad feeling. Back at the Ryudo Temple, when Castor proposed that he join her, what did he say back to her when he refused? Don't. I murmur without realizing. Don't do it. It's not because the situation will get worse. You're Tosaka's partner, so don't do it. If you do such a thing, I don't know what kind of expression she'll make. Archer steps forward. He's empty-handed as usual. He steps forward without enmity or intent to kill. Don't curse me, kid. There's nothing else I can do in a situation like this, right? He looks down and smiles at me as if he knew I was watching this whole time. Well, Castor, let me ask you. Do you have room for one more servant?
Archer, you...
Castor laughs out loud while Archer stands tall before her. And Tosaka takes this in with an expression I've never seen her wear. She does not look away. She should break down at a time like this, but she keeps a straight face and endures it, gritting her teeth.
Of course, I have capacity to accept all the servants. You know where I get my magical energy, right?
Magical energy that allows her to maintain 7 servants. It's the lives of the people in this town. Then this should be easy. I shall accept that earlier offer you made, Castor. He holds out his hand to Castor in spite of that. I feel like I'll go crazy. I can't forgive him for betraying Tosaka and for approving of Castor and joining Castor's side. A hero. For this hero who embodies Yashiro's ideals to do such a thing.
Even though you refused back then, you're pretty unfaithful.
The situation has changed. If Saber is on your side now, you are likely to win the Holy Grail War. It's natural to want to be on the winning side, right? Archer walks towards Castor defenselessly. That means he's abandoning Tosaka. Tosaka does not stop him and stares at her enemy. I know that figure. The red classroom. She tries to hide her trembling legs and acts like the same old Tosaka Rin, even with the collapsed student in front of her. That's her strength and weakness. She tries to act firm in any situation, so everybody around her gets the wrong idea that she's a strong person. Use your contract breaker. Rin still has her command spell. I might attack you if you don't hurry. His tone doesn't change. He betrayed Tosaka in front of her, but he's still acting normally. She must be on guard against such a guy. Castor takes out the distorted dagger, but she does not pierce Archer with it. What, you'll obtain a loyal subordinate without trouble? Why do you need to hesitate?
Really? I do not trust betrayers. If your words are correct, then shouldn't Saber be enough for me?
You don't trust betrayers, huh? I certainly might betray you. I am going to your side for my own benefit, but I do not approve of you as my master, but...
The command spell is there to punish the betrayer, right? Alright, I shall prove to the world that I am great enough to take you in. I am interested in your noble phantasm, so I will follow your plan.
Castor raises her arm. The dagger to eliminate the contract pierces Archer's chest. Tosaka makes a pained face. It must be the reaction of having her contract broken by force. But this isn't the time to be hesitating. This has become the worst possible situation. Tosaka watches Castor and slowly retreats. Tosaka's calm. She knows it do no good to fight them now. If she wants to keep on fighting, she has to retreat for the moment. But there are 6 meters between Tosaka and the stairs. Is it possible for her to run that distance safely? Impossible. Its appearance, watching the scene from above. Kuzuki, who's been silent up to now, is on guard against Tosaka. If she turns and runs full speed, would she be able to reach the stairs and get to the exit before Kuzuki catches up to her? Tosaka sighs while looking at them. Her face.
Heh. That's impossible.
Seems to say so. She'll die. She'll be killed. If I try to help her, I will also die. The area below me is a lane of death. There's a master called Kuzuki along with 2 enemy servants. There's no way I'd get out of there alive. My throat is dry. My fingers are tense from nervousness. 0 or 1, even before I could think. Tosaka moves, but starts with the stairs without any warning. Behind her, a tall lean figure catches up to her so quickly that Tosaka appears to be standing still. Kuzuki's fist should hit her in the back of the head. He was able to hurt Saber through her armor. It should be easy for him to break a human skull. I can't save her. I can't save her by myself. I can't save her with this wooden sword. I'll die if I go out. 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 Okay, weirdly enough, this choice doesn't matter.
Really?
Yeah, so well, to be more specific, if we choose don't help her, we get a little bit of extra dialogue, but then it goes right to the if we had chosen to help her from the start. So any preference?
I guess we're not helping her then, because I'm curious what the extra dialogue is.
I won't help her. There's certain death waiting for me if I go help her. If I'm human and if I'm alive, there's nothing else I can do. But still. My body does not stop. I can't run away. I'll die if I go out, but I'll live the rest of my life as a corpse if I run away here. Yeah, I think that was it. Just hesitating, then doing it. I jump down. I don't even use the stairs. I've jumped down behind Tosaka without even knowing it. But that's it. My one sword is destroyed by Kuzuki's fist, going for Tosaka's head.
What?
Everyone's astonished by the sudden intruder. Except for one man, who reacts as though it's perfectly natural. He does not hesitate. It does not matter for this man who the enemy is. He has no emotion for the one who appeared. Death's scythe is his thrust. There's no way to block it. I'll have my neck snapped like a flower. How pitiful. It's meaningless if it won't last even 2 seconds. I will not be able to do anything. Not even save Tosaka. No. I had away from the start. I can prepare numerous things to block the attack. If I am a Magus, what does the fighting is not my body, but something I make out of magic. Trace on. Then make it. Success is a matter of course. Do not reconstruct it from the basic structure. Danger. Read its concepts, the maker's thought, expectation, moral faith, and the origin itself. Danger. This is why it is not a reconstruction but a projection. It is an equal shadow cast by the true object. Danger. It does not matter how great the work is. If it has been accomplished, then there's no problem with recreating it. Overload. But there's another problem. Yes, the problem is that the unit cannot keep up with the function. My body is burning. Every cell in me catches fire. My nerves letting out agonizing cries. My retina cracks and dries, and my heartbeat disappears. I ignore my body's order to stop. The concept of creation, the basic structure, composition material, the skill of its making, the experience of its growth, the accumulated years. I skip it all and make up Kancho and Bakuya. My whole body is burning. Using projection now means dying. And Ishiro's body cannot handle such magic. My head ignores it, and therefore my body will die. But that cannot be a problem. No, it cannot be. I will die if I reproduce swords? Of course not. This body is a magic circuit specialized for this purpose alone. I've been saved by swords, and I have lived with swords. I do not know about others, but it is impossible for me to destroy myself by reproducing swords. Ha! I repel it. The same weapons are in my hands, and my enemy is the same. Kancho and Bakuya are in my hands. The reproduced noble phantasm of Archer has repelled Kuzuki's fist once again. stops right there. Kuzuki must have figured out this would turn out like last time, and as he takes a step back. Ha! Gah. My lungs explode. I breathe the breath I've been holding escapes my mouth in a rush. I don't feel my left shoulder. My wound is completely opened up and blood stains not only my bandage, but the shirt as well. It's not damage brought on by using protection magic. 2 attacks. I only repelled Kuzuki's attack twice and my shoulder got destroyed. I bet my shoulder would have been dislocated with 1 more attack and my arm would have been ripped off. Ha, ha, ha. But I can't show that. I'm ready my twin swords and protect Tosaka's back. And Tosaka is...
You idiot! Why are you here?
She's stopped and is complaining to me. I'm relieved. My choice wasn't wrong. I'm glad her good-heartedness is still there. No, now's not the time. It's too early to tell if my choice was right or not. We have to get out of here alive. Sorry, complain to me later, Tosaka. I'll listen once we get out of here, so let's take care of them first. Tosaka nods silently and readies herself behind me. I knew you were going to do something, but I did not think you would jump down. Kuzuki is watching us, his fists ready to fight. He has no intention of letting us go. He's standing there so he doesn't let one of us go. It's either one of us moves. If either one of us moves, he should react right away. But I can't be taking my time. The wound in my shoulder is getting worse by the second. My concentration fades as more blood is lost. My body won't last long to start with. If we are to run, we should do it so as fast as possible. But we can't run away that easily. Kuzuki will react if I move. When that happens, Tosaka will be the first one to die. I have to defeat Kuzuki to let Tosaka go, but I don't have the power to beat Kuzuki, and he's not our only enemy. Behind Kuzuki are Caster and the Betrayer, Archer. No, in the worst case, Saber might also become our enemy. Was there no exit to begin with? There's no miracle that will let us escape from here. I want Tosaka to escape at the very least, but even that would require so much luck that it makes me sick. That's it. I was surprised by your intrusion, but the result does not change. Yes, it looks like you have given up. You came out, so you don't mind dying, right? I'm actually not sure who's talking at this point. I shall end it here. It would be troublesome to keep you alive, so... She's coming. I resist with all my powers. I ready my twin swords and stand in front of Tosaka. Release intent to kill. Right before it reaches us. Okay, I think Caster was talking the whole time, and this might be Kuzuki. No, hold on, Caster. Oh, no, okay, Archer. Oh well. The Knight in Red stops the attack with the emotionless voice.
Archer, I thought you would know that you have no right to say anything here.
No, there is something I forgot to tell you. I want to give one condition for me to side with you.
A condition?
Yes, I give you my freedom without resistance. As compensation, I would like for you to let them go. They are useless as masters now. There's no merit in killing them.
Wow, how nice of him.
His proposal sounds objective. Tosaka watches it intently.
Let them go? Heh. You are more good-natured than you act.
I was born as a human. I will leave a bad aftertaste if I kill my master right after I betray her.
Oh, you are a traitor. But you say such a thing in front of the one you betrayed? Fine, I shall let them go this time. But I will kill them if they get in my way again, no matter who stops me. Is that fine, Archer?
Of course, if they are stupid enough to continue fighting in this situation, they deserve to die. I must have concluded the negotiation. The intent to kill filling the temple goes away, and the straining enmity fades. So
that's it, you. Oh,
wait,
is that him?
it's her.
So that's it, you two. I will let you go this time. Now run like the dogs you are.
Sorry, I couldn't reach the mute button in time. Okay. I glare at Caster, but Tosaka pulls my arm silently.
Let's go. She's right.
She whispers in my ear. I calm down and turn my back to the enemy. We don't run, slowly make our way up to the stairs. The distance that seems so great is covered in just a few steps. Footstep. Tosaka takes a step onto the stairs and turns back to Caster. No, that's wrong. Tosaka did not look at Caster, but at the man smiling behind her, beside her enemy. It is wrong to curse me, Rin. It's just that this woman is a better master than you are. If the difference is clear, I will choose the stronger one. I think that's Rin.
You're right, but you'll regret it. I will never give up. I'm going to defeat Castor and get you back. I won't forgive you, even if you apologize to me at that time.
That's just a vain effort. Well, I will not stop you if you want to throw away your life. She turns away and starts to walk. She's biting her lip in anger. But she does not speed up, and Tosaka leaves the underground temple in a magnificent manner. We get out of the church. We do not say anything. My wound hurts. The sweat on my forehead drips down my eyes, and my vision wavers. Even walking hurts my wound. It hurts every time I take a step, and my strides are getting shorter.
Emiya-kun?
She turns back to me as I'm falling behind. Then, Tosaka suddenly looks at me seriously.
Let's rest for a bit. It should be hard for you, even to walk.
Huh? No, I'm fine. I can bear this. We need to get home as soon as possible. To the Emiya or Tosaka household. It doesn't matter, but we should get Tosaka back to her home ground. Don't worry about my wound. It's not like there's poison in there. I ignore Tosaka's stare and keep walking. How pitiful. My knees about to give out right after I say so.
See, you're pushing yourself too much. It's suicidal to fight against Kuzuki with that wound of yours. Take a rest. They won't come after us.
I'd assume so, but let's go home quickly as possible. It's not that painful.
Hey now, don't say it's not painful when you're bleeding so much. I don't know why you want to go home so bad, but we should rest for now, right?
She scolds me. Oh, so she's not back on par yet, huh? Her usual coolness isn't there. She's very emotional, so her anger will be unstoppable if the brakes give way.
Are you listening to me. You're not like Kire, so it's troubling to have you leave a trail of blood after you. First of all, why did it end up like this? I know I told you to go to the church, but couldn't you tell it was dangerous right away?
Hey now, I was able to tell right away. I knew something was bad was happening the moment I saw the church.
You should have gone home right then, you idiot! Not only that, but you came in with that wound of yours and used projection again. It's natural for your wound to get worse. And you're saying it's not painful? Jeez, what's wrong with you? Why would you push yourself so hard?
Tosaka roars without stop. Roars out without stop. But, well, it really isn't that painful, and it's more painful for you, right? So let's go home. You can complain once you get home. That's why I want to go home as quickly as possible. She doesn't have to act that strong. Tosaka can let everything out once she's back in her own room at home.
What?
She wipes her face as she made a mistake. Like she made a mistake and turns away.
Or is it him?
I can't think of anything to say. That was...
I can't believe it. A guy made me cry.
She murmurs while looking down. Then... Tosaka, your hand. You're holding my hand.
Shut up. Take responsibility, you idiot.
Hold on. Your wound's hurting. Don't pull on my left hand. My wound's hurting. It's a foreigner cemetery. Tosaka walks over to the grassy area and finally lets go of my hand. Hey, Tosaka. We don't have time to be playing around.
Sit down. Just sit down for now.
She does not let me object, so I sit down.
And turn your back to me. Don't turn this way, okay? I'll get really angry if you look at my face.
I hear a sound behind me. We sit down on the grass with our backs to each other. I don't get why she's doing this. Tosaka is silent and she told me not to turn around. I don't have anything to do, so I look up at the sky. I gasp at how big it is. Is it because I've been underground for so long, or is it because the sky is clear tonight? Anyway, the winter night sky is so beautiful that it makes me forget about my wound. The warmth of Tosaka's body on my back doesn't bother me either. I look up at the black sky, forgetting about everything for now. How long have we been sitting like this? The silent girl starts to talk in a calm voice.
I'm just talking to myself.
I see. I can't reply. She's just talking to herself. I'll keep staring at the night sky.
I might have made a mistake. I should have done what Archer said and beaten Castor without caring about how I did it. I was trying to find an opening because I was worried about small sacrifices. But it turns out that everybody in this town might be sacrificed now.
She keeps talking. She's probably whining. She's not saying so because I told her. In short, Tosaka doesn't want to contemplate her actions by herself, but wants someone else to make her do it.
I'm not complaining, but I keep on screwing up when it counts the most. I can handle the second and third most important things with ease, but I always have a problem with the single most important one.
The winter sky is clear, but in contrast, the air is really cold. I don't care about myself, but Tosaka isn't cold without her. But isn't Tosaka cold without her coat? I'm worried about that.
It's not Archer's fault alone that he went to their side. It's my fault for letting Castor be. But yeah, it really gets to me. I was talking to him earlier, but I'm cornered already.
She sighs. I can't see it, but I bet her breath is white. Hey.
Hey now, I think this is where you make a comment.
Oh, so what you're concerned by, Tosaka?
It's about never regretting your own actions. He said I'm not the type to regret my actions, but it seems now's the critical moment. I'm even more depressed that I've made a mistake.
I see. I don't understand her too well, but Archer's right. Tosaka isn't the type to regret her actions. That's just now, right? It's irritating, but I agree with Archer. There's nothing for you to regret.
Why? Caster's doing whatever she wants, and even Archer's lost faith in me. This is because my policy was a mistake, right?
It's just that you're unsuccessful. You haven't made a mistake. If you haven't made a mistake, you can be proud of yourself, even if you were unsuccessful. The process. If you walk down the path that you believe is right, you cannot be wrong. At a time like this, most people will realize that their path is a wrong one, but she's different. Her path should always be one that she can be proud of. Yeah, to be honest, you've always shined. I won't regret my actions either. I believe what I've done is right, but it's full of stitches. I don't want to regret anything. I want to make all the tragedies that happened into meaningless things by believing that my path is right. But you're different. You're the type that will regret something, then go back and retaliate. I deceived myself with all the patchwork, but you go and completely destroy it with a straight face. You're breaking even. You only get depressed once in a while, but what comes after is scary in your case. I think you will go to the one that got you depressed and get them to be even more depressed.
What is it? Are you trying to finish me off?
Yeah, I thought I'd strike while your guard was down. Well, isn't that true? I'm sure you don't intend to give up now. I look up at the night sky and say so as if talking to myself. Tosaka doesn't answer, but I think that she smiled, getting herself together. And silence follows. Tosaka must have said everything she wanted to as she stops talking. I aimlessly look up at the night sky. We should be going home, but neither one of us can stand up to break the moment. Stand up to break the moment, so we just keep our backs to each other.
Oh yeah. Why did you come help me, Shiro?
I can't explain. There are many reasons. I think it'd be stupid to explain each one. So I say something I have to tell her. You remember this pendant, right? I show her the pendant. I hear her gasp behind me. I thought so. I bet she intended to keep this a secret, but she made a mistake again.
Hey, where did you get that?
I found it in your room. Oh, you might get surprised when you get home, but I'm sorry, I tipped over your dresser. Return her pendant behind my back.
So what about it?
Well, I have the exact same pendant at my house. I picked it up when I found it after being killed by Lancer. I casually hint about that night. Then...
There's an identical one?
Tosaka gasped as if she heard something that she shouldn't have. Huh? Did I say something strange?
No, it's nothing. But why would that be a reason to come help me? That pendant means nothing, right?
Right, it's just the reason I made up afterwards. To confess, I've been admiring Tosaka Rin for a long time. This is a problem, but I got to like you even more after I talked to you. So I didn't want you to die, and I jumped down even before I realized it.
Hey now, don't say so directly. You'll create misunderstandings if you talk without thinking.
I won't create misunderstandings. I really do like you. I obstinately reply at once. It's not a lie, so there's no misunderstanding to be made.
You idiot. That's why you jumped in suicidally, you big idiot.
Tosaka keeps calling me an idiot. She's criticizing mercilessly, but I strangely don't feel bad. The night sky is beautiful, and I feel calm. I'm just really happy that Tosaka's back to normal. Alright, let's go home like you said. Oh no, that's her. Yeah, still her.
Here, give me your hand. It should be hard for you to stand up with that wound of yours.
I grab her hand with my right. Tosaka pulls me up.
Then we don't owe each other anything now. Let's not count today's incident.
That would really help me out. I don't know what the pendant means to Tosaka. I bet I would have felt more guilty towards Tosaka if I found out. Tosaka didn't want that and said the incidents offset one another. So Tosaka shouldn't feel bad about getting helped either. And we leave the foreigner cemetery. And on the way,
Thanks for helping me, Shiro. It really did help me out.
Tosaka adds with embarrassment. We walk down the hill, and we're going back to our home ground where it's safe. Tosaka heads for my house and not her house, as if it's natural to do so. We're back at my place. I never thought I would make it back alive, so I relax once I get into the living room. Whoa. I feel a bit dizzy and lean against the wall.
See? You can't even stand up, you idiot.
She's right, but I think her last comment was unnecessary. How many times did she call me an idiot today? I bet she set a new record already.
Who says idiot more, Rin or Shiki?
I feel like probably Shiki.
Come over here. We have to replace those bandages at the very least.
I nod and move by Tosaka.
I can use this first aid kit, right? Oh, as expected from a house at the dojo. It's rare to see a first aid kit with needles and threads along with scissors. Hey, come on. Take off your shirt and show me your wound.
I have to take my clothes off? Oh no, I can do it myself. I treated myself this morning, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Come on. I don't know why you're so reserved, but who do you think treated that wound in the first place?
Ugh, but that was, I was unconscious and I was only causing trouble for Tosaka at that time.
Stop your whining and hurry up. Your wound is special, so we have to treat it right for it to heal up.
How unfair. I can't complain if she tells me that with a face like that. Okay, I'll leave it to you. To be honest, it's burning right now. I give up and sit down. Seeing that the shirt is stained with blood, Tosaka gives up taking it off and starts cutting it right away. She then quickly but carefully takes off the bandages. Is it that bad? Tosaka gasps when she sees it. But I'm troubled as well. It's so embarrassing having her stare at my body so closely.
You really did push yourself. It was healing up, but the wound opened up again. Jeez, I can't get mad at you. I can't get mad at you if I see a wound like this.
She talks like that, but gently touches the wound. Crap, I'm getting dizzy for a different reason. I was able to stay calm even if she was near me, but my heart's beating faster now and I'm having trouble determining where to look. Man. I criticize myself mentally, but it does no good. The temperature inside my head will keep increasing as long as we're like this. Because the dizziness isn't caused by my wound. Tosaka, it's fine now, right? Just use Styptic and roll up the bandage.
That's not called treating. I take it back. I'm angry. You went outside with a hack job like this.
A slapping sound. Gee! What was that for? Tosaka just slapped my wound. Do you have some grudge against me?
Humph, you have no idea. You should thank me for going easy on you.
Saying so, Tosaka takes out something that looks like ointment.
That hurts, right? I healed up the dead nerve, so it should hurt for a while. There's painkiller in this ointment, but it's mainly to replace your flesh. It'll hurt until it familiarizes with your body, so don't do anything reckless until the pain goes away.
She takes the jelly-like substance and applies it to my wound. Looks really suspicious, but I stay quiet since I know Tosaka is seriously treating my wound.
Where'd she get the special ointment from? I don't think that's in the dojo's first aid kit.
Maybe she's something she had on her.
That's it. You should feel much better tomorrow if you wrap some bandages around it and get a good night's sleep.
She skillfully wraps the bandages around the wound. Or maybe it was in the first aid kit and he just didn't know what it was. I'm not praising her or anything, but she does a much better job than I do. Yeah, thanks Tosaka. I feel much better. I thank her while averting my gaze.
Well, that's good. I'm glad I treated you if you say so.
Yeah, it's even more helpful because I thought it would help heal up. Thanks for treating the wound.
That's only natural. It'll heal as long as I treat it.
Finishing the treatment, Tosaka gets up. Then, I don't know why, but she heads to the kitchen. Tosaka? Am I seeing things? She's checking what's inside the refrigerator and the rice cooker. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm preparing dinner. You haven't eaten yet, right? I haven't eaten either, so we're going to eat dinner.
Yeah, I can tell, but why cook dinner in this situation?
It's natural, right? People can't come up with good ideas on an empty stomach.
Tosaka speaks while staring inside the refrigerator. The sound of her utensils echoes inside the room. It's past 10 o'clock. I don't know how it ended up like this, but Tosaka and I are eating a late dinner tonight. By the way, dinner was made by both of us. Tosaka wanted to eat Japanese food, but she didn't even know how to make miso soup. It really makes me wonder what they're teaching in the cooking class at school. Tosaka is concentrating on her meal. She must be hungry, as her plate is almost empty. I don't have much of an appetite right now. It's partly because this isn't the time to be eating, but more so because I haven't replied to Tosaka.
You can forfeit here, Shiro.
I haven't told her my reply to those words. Tosaka, I have something to talk about. Put my chopsticks down and stare at Tosaka.
What?
I've been thinking about my reason for joining this battle. And what I wanted to do.
Yeah, and?
She urges me to go on as she sips on the miso soup. She's putting my spirit down, but I try to get myself together. At first, it was because I was dragged into this, and I wanted to do something about this war. But it has nothing to do with how I became a master or how I got dragged into this. I like superheroes. That's why I have to protect everyone. I don't care about this master thing. It makes no difference that I'm not a master or that I've lost Saber. I say so, ready for Tosaka's rebuttal. But
Oh, I see.
she makes an absent-minded response and finishes her rice. Hey now, Tosaka. I'm talking seriously, so...
I am listening. You'll fight by yourself. You'll fight by yourself, right? The fact that people are dying bothers you more than the fact that you might die. That's why you decided to fight no matter how weak you are.
She looks straight at me. It's as if she sees through the part of me that I don't even know about. And most of all, she approves that I am fighting. Oh yeah, that's right.
What's with that face? You look like a squirrel that has licked sugar.
Well, I thought you would object.
I am, but I can't complain to you when you've saved me like that. And I understand that you're like that no matter how much I try to stop to you.
Tosaka averts her gaze a bit. I don't know why, but... we're still cooperating?
Yeah, I can't help it, so I'll go along with you. First of all, I'll be so worried that I won't be able to sleep soundly if I let you be by yourself, and...
She takes a huge breath. After getting ready for some reason.
To put it in your words, I don't hate you, Shiro. So it's fine if we stay together, right?
She hands me the bowl with a red face. How long did it take me to realize she's asking for seconds? Of course, I don't care how much of a tyrant you are. I take the bowl, fill it from the rice cooker, and hand it back to her.
Fine, I'm hungry and the food's good.
Tosaka starts eating the heap of rice. I smile. I bet I'm smiling as I eat, but I can't help it. I'm so happy right now, so let me smile for like a fool for a while. Well, now we're drinking tea after dinner. I think that's her.
So projection has its limitations. Its power seems unlimited since it makes your imagination real. But projection has its own set of rules. The simplest is about the projected object's durability, the strength of its existence.
Tosaka puts up a finger as she drinks her tea. Strength of its existence? What? You mean its flimsiness in being unable to bear the existence of the illusion? I sip the tea and tilt my head in wonder.
You seem like you don't know anything, but you know some interesting terms. Well, you're not right, but not wrong. Projection uses your mental image to completely reproduce the genuine object. There is no exception to this. You can't project it if it's not perfect inside of you. As it is a shadow of the true object, the projection magic requires that there be no mistake.
So basically, the projected object has the strength as you imagine it. An illusion is perfect in this regard. The closer the knowledge... Oh, wait. I think it's still her.
So, basically, the projected object has the strength as you imagine it. An illusion is perfect in this regard. The closer the knowledge and the image are to the true object, the more perfect the projected object is in real life.
Wait, that's strange. I projected Archer's swords, but Kuzuki destroyed them. I know caster strength in Kuzuki's fist, but They aren't strong enough to destroy a noble phantasm. Doesn't that mean Kancho and Bakuya projected are inferior to the originals?
Yes, you realize a very good point, Emiya-kun. That's the limit of projection, the strength of the object's existence. Projection is just a projection, it's not creation. What makes a projection is the image in the caster's mind. So when a flaw is created in the image, the projected object vanishes, even if it has the same ability as the original.
When a flaw is created in the image? Isn't that also strange? You can't project it if the image is incorrect, right?
Right, so the flaw would be created after it is projected. Let's see. Let's say you project a sword that will not break.
I nod. Tosaka nods in satisfaction.
But a sword that will not break does not exist. It's just that the sword is famed or called unbreakable, so it can break if it comes across an illusion greater than itself.
Doesn't it mean my image was wrong once it breaks? I made a sword that won't break, right?
That's wrong. It's perfect the moment you project it, first of all. Sword that will not break is just a name. There isn't an actual sword that won't break. But what you imagined is a sword that won't break, right? If this sword breaks in real life, what is projected becomes a lie. This isn't because the sword broke. What you imagined is a sword that will not break. So when it breaks, the sword that broke and the sword that will not break in your imagination become two separate things. It's because the scales between you and reality tip.
So if I sum it up, alright, so I imagined a sword that would not break and projected it, but projected sword broke during battle. When that happened, I denied the sword saying, hey, the sword broke. As a result, the projected sword disappeared. That's because there was an inconsistency between reality and the image, right?
You're pretty bright. Yes, you're right. He projected archer swords. I don't know how you ranked archer swords, but you did not imagine swords that would break from Kazuki's attacks. But the swords were destroyed. At that time you thought, these aren't archer swords. The projected swords were denied by the maker, so they lost their strength of existence and became a fantasy once again.
I see. Even projected weapons can break. But it's not the enemy, but you, who make them disappear from this world. When the difference between the reality and the image becomes too large to be reconciled, the projected weapon disappears. It's because the one who projected the weapon stops believing in the image.
Do you get it now? So the projection starts from the blueprint. You should consider material, properties, and even its history. If you have those down, I don't think the projected object will disappear right away, even if it's a bit different.
Huh? Wouldn't you start from how it was considered to be made? Materials and techniques aren't enough. Oh, no. Wait. Wait. I think there might be a missing quote here. I don't know who's talking now. Okay, no. Materials and techniques aren't enough. Let's take today's dinner, for example. It started when you said you wanted to eat Japanese food, right? So you have to start from the very beginning of the creation. Oh, Tosaka's stunned. Tosaka stares at me. I drink tea until my head in wonder. Hey, how did we start talking about this in the first place?
You're right. I thought we were talking about what our future course of action should be.
Oh yeah, we were talking about what our course of action should be.
Shiro, do you want to seriously practice projection magic?
When Tosaka derailed the conversation,
I remember now. We were so stunned that we started placing hope on uncertain factors.
Yeah. First of all, I can manage to project all I can manage to project are swords. That hasn't helped me too much, so it's probably not much use. Oh, she's looking at me with those eyes again. I wonder why. She always makes that face when we talk about projection magic.
Oh well, let's confirm our current situation. For now, our enemy is Caster. She isn't too bad by herself, but we can't do anything as long as she's protected by Kuzuki and Archer. Plus, it's only a matter of time before Saber is controlled. The situation is getting worse by the second.
Yeah, but Saber isn't under Caster's complete control. That gives us a chance of victory. There's no chance of victory once Saber gives in. I can't let that happen. She told me to run. She told me as she cried. So for Saber's sake, I can't let Caster do as she wishes.
That's right. So raise your hand if you have an idea. Shiro, do you have any good ideas?
An idea that will break the current deadlock. If there is a way to oppose Caster, it is. This choice does not matter. So, pick pick your favorite.
I want to find a secret passage.
We can't fight them head on. Is there a secret passage in the church? It'll just end up like today if we fight them head on. As we are inferior, we have to execute a surprise attack to catch them off guard. Hey, you're a Kotomine student, right? Then don't you know a lot about the church?
Well, I have stayed over at the church a couple of times. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, but there aren't any secret passages in that church. That was the first time I've seen the underground temple. Even if there is one, Kotomini would be the only one that knows about it.
I give up. Damn, I guess it won't be that convenient. I thought it would be possible considering that priest.
Yeah, but as long as we can't use it, we have to come up with something else. This is a what if, so can you hear me out?
Sure, but do you have an idea?
It's not good enough to be called an idea. Look, it's obvious that we can't beat Caster by ourselves, right? So we have to increase our force. There are 3 servants, so we should have at least 1.
Well, that's true, but increase our force? Then we're going to ask our other masters for help?
No, it's more like cooperation. Caster's a powerful force now, so other masters can't just keep watching, right? If they want the Holy Grail, they have to collaborate to defeat the most powerful force. We can break the collaboration after that. This is a basic tactic in the Battle Royale, right?
So we'll make an alliance of the remaining masters since Caster's so strong now, huh? I see. We might be able to cooperate depending on how the negotiations turn out. Then...
Yes, there are 2 remaining masters now. Lancer's Master and Berserker's Master.
citation needed.
There's no way to negotiate with Lancer's Master because his identity is unknown. But we might have a chance with Berserker's Master, Eliasville.
Berserker's Master. The white girl and the statue-like giant I met on the night when it all began. She sounded dangerous, but I don't think she's cruel. Yeah, I think she would at least listen to us. I don't think she'll ask for attention in return either.
You idiots, she's the most dangerous for you. She was only looking at you, Shiro. I don't know what she'll do to you.
What do you mean? I've only met her once, so that can't be possible. Quit scaring me like that, Tosaka.
Humph. We'll stop the negotiation right then, if that does happen.
Then, Tosaka averts her gaze and gulps down her tea.
But we can only bet on Iliasville for now. If Archer is right about Cassie's identity, Berserker would be her natural enemy. They knew each other when they were alive, so he should know Cassie's tricks. Berserker can handle Castor and Archer by himself. We can take care of Kuzuki while he does so.
That's an optimistic thought, but does Berserker really know Castor?
Yes, Archer told me that Berserker's true identity is Hercules. If Castor really is that witch, Berserker might know her through the Argo expedition. It's just like how I don't get along with Kire. Everyone has a natural enemy.
Okay, but I'm sure everyone would dislike that priest. And it's decided, but how should we find her? She hasn't appeared since that night. We should be able to find her because of her large magical energy, right? We can't find her in spite of that, so doesn't that mean she's not in this town?
I'd assume not. Iliasville must be having fun watching the Holy Grail War from a faraway place.
Faraway place. Is she keeping watch over the town like our caster was doing at the Ryudo Temple?
I don't know, but I have an idea of where she might be. I heard from my dad that the Einsborn family has a villa in the forest on the outskirts of the town.
She says so with a tense voice. A villa inside the forest. Tosaka's expression tells me how dangerous the place is. I go back to my room and lie down. Drowsiness fills my body as soon as I do. I stare at the dark ceiling. We're going to Iliasville's hideout tomorrow. No matter what kind of negotiations take place, it's obvious that we'll need energy. Tosaka said we wouldn't get good results with tired bodies, so we decided to head out after we sleep. It's 5 hours until dawn. We should go talk to her after that. The young master that appeared on the night I became a master. Saber is a servant excellent in all aspects. Berserker is a servant specialized in battle. There's no servant that can match Berserker in simple combat. How can I talk to such monsters? Saying it makes me believe it's impossible to negotiate with them. But strangely, I don't feel any uneasiness. I think Ilya will understand if we talk to her. Just like Tosaka, she will classify enemy and ally as imagas, but I think she's a proper girl with all that aside. Man, what wishful thinking when I haven't even talked to her yet. I bet she would scorn me, saying it's a convenient fantasy. But what's wrong with believing? Is it wrong to have hope for someone you haven't met yet? I realize that I'm gritting my teeth. The man who told me to drown in my ideals and die betrayed Tosaka in front of me. A guy with that much trust and power switched his allegiance so easily. Archer. My mind darkens. No, it's freezing. My head cools down thinking about what he did. I'm angry. I can't forgive him for betraying Tosaka. I can't forgive the fact that he cast away his partner. I will swear here. Even if that may have been the very best action, and even if it turns out that it was the right choice to survive, I will never do something like that. His actions have been getting on my nerves. He told me not to talk about ideals. I opposed him when he told me I cannot save everybody. But I agree with his words somewhere inside of me. His words are correct. The superhero my father talked about is just a fantasy. And I accepted the fact that I would have to become like him to get as close to the ideal as possible. Not wanting to do so, I openly deny the idea, even though I accepted him in my mind. But this isn't on such a level. I can't approve of him. I can't approve of his action, no matter what the circumstances may be. I won't be able to keep standing if I approve of him. That's why I can't lose to you. My words do not disappear into the darkness, but I must stay in the room. A few hours until dawn. I keep repeating those words, even in my sleep. Versus Berserker. Interlude.
She's alone with her thoughts in the darkness. It has been a day since she attacked the church and killed the priest. It has been a day since she declared that she can find it, no matter where it may be hidden, if it exists. It may not be the case for other servants, but there is no way someone versed in magic like her would not be able to find a relic as holy as the Holy Grail. Then there is only one answer. The Holy Grail was never hidden in this church to begin with. She sighs and puts her fingers on her temple. When she closes her eyes, heavy darkness assails her body. No, it is just a scream. It is not coming from outside. The scream comes from her body and mind, telling her that her fatigue is at its limit. It has been a month since she was summoned. Since then, she has done her best to win. Her master is an ordinary person without a magic circuit, and she is the weakest of the servants. To make up for that, she abused forbidden magic. Collection from people, the magical string she placed throughout the town, and the control of the ley line using sacrifices. They were all reasons why she was called a witch during her life. But she has never used them before. She should never have used them, and she did not intend to do the forbidden. So, why did she end up using them for a meaningless conflict like this? She became a heroic spirit to take revenge, but she also knows it is meaningless to use the skills that labeled her a witch. She only used trivial magic. She only created disasters that caused people to destroy themselves with their own greed. That was all the revenge she could manage, so what caused her to stray from her path so much? It is all for the Holy Grail. It is natural for me to go crazy for something that can grant any wish. That is a lie. She knows the true identity of the Holy Grail. She already knows what that thing is and why servants like her are summoned. It is true that most wishes can be granted using the Holy Grail that appears in this town. It will allow her to stay in this world with a physical form, and it will allow her to start a second life as a human. But how stupid. There is no meaning in such a thing. Saying so, she closes her eyes. She empties her mind. For now, she lets her guard down and rests her mind. But, she hears the sound of rain. It was night without moonlight. The surroundings were pitch black, and she wandered with an empty mind. This is where she met him. With bloodstained body and frozen limbs. A chance meeting that was more miraculous than any miracle. It was the mountain where the Rito temple was located. Falling rain. She was stumbling aimlessly through the dense forest. Ha, ha, ha. She left behind a trail of blood. In her hand was a dagger that breaks all contracts. Her purple robe was wet with rain, and her limbs had turned white from the winter cold. Ha, ha, ha. She staggered around, holding onto the trees for support. She walked on, dirty with mud, her breath ragged, reaching out her hand, as if begging for help. She did not look like her usual self, filled with cool composure. No, even the amount of magical energy was unlike her. So, she was exhausted. She only had a handful of power left. For a servant, magical energy is like a lifeline that allows them to stay in this world. But that was all lost. No magical energy was coming from her master. But that was only natural. She had just killed her own master. That was the cause of her exhaustion. She, Servant Castor, was about to disappear alone as compensation for obtaining freedom. Ha. A dry laugh. It is funny that her body was not able to maintain itself, and that she betrayed her vulgar master.
Misaki, you're getting kind of staticky. Maybe we should
Uh-oh.
like restart the call.
Okay.
There. 1 second, folks. Okay.
Back in. Let me make the screen bigger. There.
Okay. So got the screen share up.
Mhm.
Okay. Yep. Okay. You sound better now.
Oh, yay. A dry laugh. It is funny that her body was not able to maintain itself, and that she betrayed her vulgar master. Moreover, it's quite amusing to see how badly she had underestimated the relationship between servant and master. She had done well. Her master was a legitimate magus. He was in his 30s, had a medium build, and had a few noteworthy characteristics. He had no will to fight but dreamed of victory. He was a man that only waited for the other masters to kill each other. That man had not trusted Castor. He treated Castor coldly as she was a superior magus, and he insulted her for being inferior to other servants. She gave up on him after a few days. She acted as an obedient servant and filled the man's conceit. In short, she made him use his command spells for meaningless things. She told him he did not need the command spells. She made him believe that she would be faithful to her master, even without the command spell. It was his fault for believing in her. The master used his third command spell for a meaningless thing and was killed by Castor at that moment. It was easy. She did not like the fact that the contract with him still existed, so she killed him using the rule breaker. But she had made a mistake. Servants exist using the supply of magical energy provided by their masters. But not just magical energy. Servants are only allowed to exist in this age by being connected with people of this age. In other words, to lose one's master, the passport to this age, means being forced to return to the outside world. But she would not normally be this exhausted. This was the curse her master had left her. Her master did not approve of her, as she was a better magus than he was. Therefore, he limited her magical energy to be always below his level. The magical energy level of a mere human cannot keep a servant in this world. She would normally be able to stay in this world for 2 days after losing her master. But now was different. Her magical energy was drastically decreasing with every second, and the end was near. Probably a few more minutes. She would disappear if she could not find her next master in that time. She would disappear before she could fight, unable to do anything. She would be a pitiful servant, summoned only to be trampled upon. Ha, ha. It was vexing. It was vexing, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It has always been like this for her. She was treated unreasonably like this all the time. She was always used as a tool, and she was never understood by anyone. Yes, her life was always controlled by someone else. Her mind was destroyed at a young age to save a hero chosen by the gods. Just for the sake of a hero, the goddess of beauty happened to favor. The goddess cursed her to blindly love a man she had never seen. The girl betrayed her father, and she was even forced to betray her own country. There is no memory after that. After everything was over, the girl, who was a princess, was in an unfamiliar country. A girl that betrayed her father, the king, for a man. A witch that cut apart her own brother and threw the pieces into the sea to escape her native country. And the man who wanted it done cast her aside in order to become king, saying that he could not marry a witch. She was controlled and taken to an unknown country, was marked as a witch, and the only person she could rely on threw her away. That is her origin. There is nothing people can blame her for, and people around her were aware of that. But still, people continue to demand her to be a witch. An evil to protect the king. An evil to be on the receiving end of evil superstitions. People wanted a convenient scapegoat that they could blame for any disaster. This pattern has never changed. People demand easily understandable evil to reassure themselves of their own goodness. In that regard, she was the perfect sacrifice. The father she could rely on was in a distant country. Nobody defended her, and people gladly blamed her for all the ugly things in their world. They decided that every ugliness was the witch's doing. That they are poor. That they hate others. That humans are ugly. And even that people die. Ha. So she merely accepted it. Since she could only live as a witch, she decided to live like a witch. She swore to show them the ugliness of the wishes they demanded of her. If people do not know their ugliness, so be it. They can stay ignorant, go to hell for their own crimes, and suffer forever. They won't be able to get out of hell. They will suffer forever as criminals because they do not know what crimes they have committed. That is the reason for existence she imposed on herself. That is the only role people gave to the girl, to the one called the witch who never had a free will. But nobody actually wished for such a thing. The same goes for her as well. She seeks revenge against her will without having any wish for herself. Yes, until she met up with this stranger. A rustling sound. She peered ahead even though she was barely able to stand. It's midnight. Who could possibly come into this forest at this time?
What are you doing here?
It was a heavy voice. She did not have the composure to check who it was. She just thought it was all over. She had no power to use magic. Her purple robe might have looked like a coat, but she was covered in blood.
A woman covered in blood was hiding in the rain. It is obvious what such a person did. Anyone would run away first. What would they do after that? They would either call the police or pretend they hadn't seen it. It did not matter to her, as she could no longer move. That caused the last of her spirit to give out. Her last moment was cold and lonely, just as it was at the end of her true lifetime. Or so she thought. When she regained consciousness, she was in that place. In front of her is that man, the man who she met in the woods.
So you've awakened. Can you tell me your circumstances?
Those were his first words. When she watched the man with blank amazement,
Go home if I did a needless thing. If you wish for me to forget about this, I shall do so.
the tone of his voice never changed. That was her first encounter with her master, Kuzuki Soichiro. Kuzuki was a strange man. Should he be called a ghost? He had no reason to live, but had no reason to die. He was just there, and since he existed, he followed whatever whim took him. He has no self. That was her first impression of him, and she thought it would be easy to turn him into a puppet. She grew to realize that the thought was a mistake. Kuzuki Soichiro does not have a past. He has no self because he has no past, but it does not mean Kuzuki Soichiro is empty. Kuzuki was a sincere man. He easily accepted her when she told him that she wanted him to be her master, and when she told him about her true identity. When she asked him, "Do you believe such a story?" he replied,
Was that a lie?
he accepted it after she told him it was the truth. And the most amazing part was the night they met. And as she was about to disappear, she told Kuzuki to lay with her. After making a difficult expression.
Let me ask, do you want it rough or gentle?
After that, he made love to her without waiting for her reply. To put it his way, they had sex before the Buddha. It seemed rough like Asura, but it also seemed gentle like Bodhisattva. Either way, the contract was completed. She obtained a new master and was able to stay in this world, and returned to her role of being a witch. She still considers it to be a miracle. She would have disappeared before she woke up if she wasn't taken to the Riro Temple. The Riro Temple is a demonic place for servants, but it is a perfect summoning place once inside. As the Riro Temple is surrounded by a boundary field, it is suited for keeping anything inhuman. She was able to remain without disappearing because she was brought to the Riro Temple. Had it been anyplace else, she would have vanished after being taken there. As a result, she obtained the best ley line and the best protection. She easily occupied the Riro Temple, figured out the mechanism of the Holy Grail, and summoned Assassin as the fifth servant. But such things are trivial matters. She was certainly lucky on that night. Many miracles saved her, and she is now on the verge of victory. But they do not deserve thanks. She would have been fine with it even if those miracles had not occurred. Then there is only one important fact, a very small matter that is trivial for anyone else. For her, the fact that she was able to meet Kuzuki Soichiro is a miracle beyond itself. But it's not going well. No, she feels that everything she does is not going well. Her master will not be delighted with what she did. He has never had an interest in the Holy Grail. She would do her best to grant any wish of his, but Kuzuki Soichiro has none. A one-sided relationship. They do not get along well.
It is not going well at all.
Oh, wait. Um, I I want to guess that might be a servant, a male one probably. So the mummy hunter became the mummy. Even the rare witch is fragile, huh?
She turns to the intruder. It is not her master that is standing there. It is a knight in red archer, with his true identity still unknown. Archer, I thought I ordered you to keep watch outside.
Yeah, but I didn't see any enemies around. I got bored, so I came to check what was going on in here.
Heh, I would assume so. The only enemy we have is Berserker. Even with him, we will go attack them ourselves once Saber is fully controlled. We've had nothing to fear since you joined us. Isn't that why you came to my side?
Who knows? Don't you think I only wanted to break my contract with that master? Don't you think I didn't care who my new master was?
There is some truth in Archer's words. But what does it mean? Archer had no intention of betraying, but he betrayed his master only because he wanted to break his contract with Tosaka-rin? I see. So you did not like looking after that little girl? Well, it is true that servants are dissatisfied with their masters. It is natural for you to run out of patience with yours.
No, she was perfect as a summoner, but some miscalculations occurred. And Castor, let me warn you, do not consider all servants to be like you. At the very least, Saber and Berserker were satisfied with their masters. A righteous hero can only be summoned by righteous people.
Heh, why tell me that now? A twisted master calls for twisted heroic spirits. You do not need to tell me that. That is right. Servants are determined by their summoners. Summoners with dark shadows in their mind cannot summon heroic spirits who are on the light side. In that regard, she and Ryder are not heroic spirits. A twisted master calls for twisted heroic spirits. As Ryder was one that was beautiful, she was also one that was pure. It is ironic how the servant caster summoned is a fictional hero. But it is indeed strange which they...
Oh, but it is indeed strange to think about it. You and Ryder are the ones that oppose the heroic spirits, but you two are still summoned as servants. Well, the Holy Grail does not differentiate between good and evil, so I guess it will summon anyone with powers, huh? That's her, Casper.
Okay. Originally, a mixed spirit that had a heroic side would not have been called upon. Things went out of order starting with the Third War. Heroic spirits like Ryder and I were not summoned before that. That does not concern her now. She is not concerned about the true identity of the Holy Grail. Servant Caster's mission is to win this war. She is not interested in what comes after. No, to be honest, that is not the end she wishes for. Enough with the meaningless talk. Get back to your station. I don't care what you're thinking. You are my servant now. Your life is in my hands. Put that into consideration when you talk to me.
Understood. That I shall live up to my master's expectation like an obedient servant.
The knight in red goes up the stairs. Seeing him off silently, Castor lets out a long sigh. One more day until Saber surrenders. She does not have the Holy Grail yet, but she will approach the end once Saber falls. What will happen after the war ends? Castor will make every wish come true with her powers. It is not bad to live as a witch, like she swore before dying. But the reason will go away once the war ends. Even if she still has the will, her master will lose the reason to stay as her master. I will obtain the Holy Grail soon. Caster gracefully reaches out into empty space. Her hard work is about to be rewarded, but her expression is like that of a criminal about to be executed.
Interlude out. Man,
I
so,
like how Suzuki's so, like, go with the flow. He's like, oh,
yeah.
there's a lady who's covered in blood. Let me take her back. Oh, she says she's Medea. Cool. Oh, she wants to make love. Sure.
Kuzuki got laid, but Taiga did not. Oh, by the way, so this game never actually shows who original master was, but he does have a design. He appeared in the
Oh.
yeah, he appeared in the anime during an extra flashback scene, and he also gets featured on the Primeval Magic Craft Essence. I got the link here for you.
Ooh. That's the master?
Yep.
He looks like a playboy.
Yeah. So in the anime, like, there's this extra scene where he has like this magic lab. He has a bunch of kids in tubes, and he like kind of harvests them to make magic crystals.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
It's like worse than Kire.
And Medea is like kind of disgusted by it because it's horribly inefficient. Like she's able to make a much larger crystal with like what's left over after he uses the kids entirely.
Then again, she did say that he was a shitty magus.
Yeah. I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn. I did not have any regrets. My eyes lost hatred there. My hands lost anger there. My legs lost hope there. Myself lost itself there. Everything went away. It's not because I gave up that I believed nothing would save me. I just found out that it's natural. It's just that dying people will die and survivors will survive. I lay down on the rubble and stared at the burning field. I understood everything then. I thought I understood everything. But I still considered it. How wonderful it would be if I was able to save everything here. That's what I admired. I just wished nobody would have to suffer. That's why I tried to become a superhero. It was simple, and it seemed like an ideal existence. That's why I aimed for it. I knew where I had to be, but there were many ways to get there. I kept on running, wanting to get close to it as possible, even though I did not know what was right or wrong. Many paths I took were crooked, and my dedication was only getting farther away. Destination was only getting further away. I'm taking the long way. I've been repeating this for 10 years since I got saved by Hiritsugu. But I won't regret it. I'm not as skillful as Tosaka. I will take the wrong path and lose a lot of things at times. But I cannot discard them as meaningless. I have to present meanings for everything I've trampled upon and everything that cannot be returned. So I cannot lose. It can't be helped if I lose against someone else. But I can win against myself. I can always fight back against my mind that tells me to give up. That's all I swore upon. There's only one thing that I believed in and wanted to believe in. That's right. Even if I'm walking down the wrong path, I will not regret believing in it. I wake up from the light shining in. It's before 6 o'clock. The sky I can see through the window is a clouded one. I get ready and leave my room. My body feels well and there isn't much pain from my wound. It shouldn't be a burden to Tosaka, even if we end up fighting.
You're here. Are you ready, Shiro?
I'm ready, but Tosaka is transformed.
What? You look like a new soldier that just stepped on a mine. Are you not ready yet?
That's not it, Tosaka. You look different.
Huh? Oh, these? I only put them on when I do detailed work, so don't worry about it.
Well, I guess it's alright if you say so. What kind of magic is it? It looks so wrong and yet so right.
Alright, we're heading to the forest on the outskirts of this town. It's a huge woodland, unkempt, and far from the city. It has rejected human interaction for a long time, so the forest is big and wide. You know how there are a few people every year that get lost in there, going in without any preparations, right?
And nod silently. Our destination is the Ironburn, and the Ironburn Villa is said to be somewhere in the forest. Our fate will be sealed the instant our negotiations fail and we end up fighting. We won't be able to call for help, and it will be difficult to run away. We cannot escape that forest unless we defeat the giant berserker.
Then let's get going. I stayed up all night figuring out where it could be. So we should be able to find it within half a day if we're lucky. We'll take a cab as far as the highway, so get some money ready.
She starts walking with the big bag in her hand. I follow her with the usual Shinai bag in mind. But Tosaka, money for the cab is fine, but does that mean we'll be walking back on the way home?
Depends on how much money you bring, Emiya.
We rode the taxi for an hour from the town. We drove on the highway, past many mountains, and reached the entrance to the forest. Of course, the forest does not have any paved roads. We finally reached the entrance to the forest after walking about a kilometer from the highway. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I get nervous once I actually face it. The forest is dark even though it's daytime. The tall branches block off the sunlight, and it's hard to see more than a few meters ahead, let alone to the end.
I wonder how expensive the hour-long ride was. I heard taxis are really expensive compared to like Ubers and Lyft.
Yeah.
No wonder we're walking back.
Shiro, can you walk ahead for a bit?
Fine, but you're the one who knows where she could be, right? I think it'll do no good if I go ahead. I complained as I entered the forest. Then... what was that? I felt a shock. I pulled back my foot. I only felt the shock for an instant. It's not that strong, so it hurt more if I hit my foot on the corner of a dresser. Well, in short, it was like static electricity.
I thought so. I'm sure it's only for identification, but it seems that the whole forest is under her surveillance.
Hold on, isn't that bad? That means we got caught in an alarm, right? Then...
I don't think it'll be a problem. We didn't come here for a surprise attack. We came to talk, so it would be in our favor to let them know we're coming.
Oh, be careful though. It'll shock you a bit.
I know. I can tell how bad it is by looking at you.
She waves her hand and steps into the forest. Then...
That sounded way worse.
Tosaka jumps back with a funny scream. Wow. I hear fire hissing. I want to believe it's my imagination that the leaves under Tosaka's feet are scorched. I guess there's personal differences on the alarm. It was light in my case. I calmly analyze the situation. But it doesn't seem like Tosaka is listening to me.
That does it, kid. I heard you laughing.
Tosaka yells at the empty sky. She's so angry that she might go to fight instead of talk. Well, anyway. Seems talking bad about Tosaka is fatal no matter how far away you are from her, so I guess I'll refrain from doing so. We walked in the forest. We're the only people in this vast place. I don't hear any beasts, and the grasses are dead like corpses. The endless rows of trees make me think this forest goes on forever. It's been 3 hours since we entered, just as our surroundings start to blur together.
Found it. Jeez, I'm still stunned even though I knew about it. They really did build something like this in such a place.
I follow Tosaka's stare. There's only darkness ahead. Between the trees, there's something unbefitting of these surroundings, visible through the cracks so small that you'd miss it if you weren't careful. What's that? Is that a wall?
It is a wall. Jeez, what's up with them? They brought that whole thing from their country.
Tosaka complains and heads to the strange object we can see in the distance. I still can't tell what it is, so I follow her. We get out of the forest. The endless forest quickly ends. Now it seems like the forest is scooped up out here with a big spoon. The sky curving above us is gray. A giant dome. It seems more like an underground kingdom than a clearing.
Oh, it looks like from the outside.
Yeah, we haven't got a good look of it until now.
That is huge.
Yeah. This is Iliasville's dwelling. An old castle built within the forest. A solitary castle without any visitors. Too big for one girl, not to mention too desolate for anyone to live alone in. Anyway, it does no good to be standing here. According to Tosaka, Iliasville knows we're here. And we should go in from the front entrance as a sign that we're not here to fight. Let's go, Tosaka. Tosaka? Tosaka's looking up the castle with an alarmed expression. Her face is tense as if she's confronting an enemy. Tosaka, is something wrong?
Yeah, there's someone else besides us here.
Of course, this is where Ellie and Berserker live.
That is not what I mean. There's someone else other than that. We're going in this way, Shiro.
Well, wait. Tosaka starts running towards a big tree by the wall. I don't have time to stop her. No, that's not all. She grabs onto a branch and skillfully climbs up. I look up in astonishment. Tosaka looks around and she jumps and kicks at the castle. Shattering sound. The window breaks and the red figure disappears into the castle.
Come on. There's something seriously wrong with this castle.
Hey, weren't we here to talk? But what's done is done. I climb up the tree and jump into the second floor window like Tosaka.
I mean, she has the magical ability to fix windows.
Yeah.
You did it before.
We enter the hallway. Even before I'm dazzled by the magnificence of the castle, I sense the abnormality Tosaka was talking about. 1 second. Oops. I hear the sound of fighting. Swords crashing against each other. But would such a storm-like battle even be possible? Even the most fierce battle of swords, the battle between Berserker and Saber, did not create such sounds. Oh, then I suddenly realize this isn't the sound of swords crashing. This is one against many. There's literally a war going on somewhere in this castle. Uh-oh. One side has to be Iliasville. This is Iliasville's castle. If there's a battle here, it can only be Berserker attacking the intruding enemy. I run. Sound coming from below us. Considering the location we came in from, the battle is happening right in the center of the castle, in the guest hall. I run through the unfamiliar castle. This isn't the time to be talking. I don't know what's going on, but something terrible is happening. I run down the stairs. A fierce battle is happening nearby. That's Rin.
Alright. This place is connected to the stairwell down to the hall.
Tosaka confirms what's down the hallway. The hallway splits at a T-junction, both branches leading to a terrace on either side of the hall.
Let's part here. I'll go in from this side so you can go from that side.
It's better to split up. As we are now, we have no way to escape once we're found. There's no point in staying together right now. We don't stand a chance either way. If we're separated, there's hope for the other one to escape, even if one of us is found. Tosaka walks down the hallway facing east. I nod and go down the other hallway, the one heading west.
Shiro,
She suddenly calls to me.
you know, right? Don't do anything no matter what happens. You have no way to fight right now. Run away if you think it's dangerous. Run away even if one of us gets caught. Saving others comes after you save yourself.
She suppresses her emotions. It sounds more like a wish than a warning. I go around and come out into the terrace. I see Tosaka emerge on the opposite side. She immediately takes cover, then peeks out. As soon as I follow her example and look down, we both gasp.
Shinji, why is he here?
Shinji stands atop the rubble in the corner of the room, happily watching the scene. No. That's not a surprising thing. What I have to accept right now is the battle Shinji is observing. The black giant lets out a roar. The swinging axe sword blows up dust and grants the rubble into powder. The mad warrior appears no different from before. No, his dreadful roar is louder now. Colonel White is behind the giant. Berserker, his master, Iliasville. An ever-smiling girl, unsuited for murder. But that girl is now shivering and watching her servant with a face almost in tears. Her pale face is desperately trying to deny the despair in front of her.
Someone help me.
The girl's trembling lips mouth these words. No way. A storming whirlwind. Berserker's axe sword is repelled each time by the noble phantasm of one servant. The one reigning from the throne of rubble in the center of the hall. Many swords are released. Wearing his casual clothes today. Each one of the weapons appearing from behind the man would cause certain death. They attack. They're like gushing water. The infinite noble phantasm not only repelled Berserker's axe sword, but pierced his body. Pieces are blown from his body. The sword cuts through his body, penetrates his skull, and pierces his heart. But he still does not die. The giant regenerates every time he's killed, slowly but surely moving forward. 8 times already. He's been killed by so many times, but Berserker still moves forward. The enemy greets him with a smile. The tragedy continues. Berserker is killed without even being able to go near the enemy. I don't know who's saying no way, but it's not because Berserker is getting killed without being able to do anything. That man, that servant, is beyond belief. The infinite noble phantasms he sends out are each a true noble phantasm. I can tell since I projected Archer's swords. They are the originals of every noble phantasm, the first ones from before they became legend. Who could he be, having an infinite supply of such weapons? No, first of all, there should only be 7 servants. Then he's the 8th one, someone that shouldn't exist. I can't breathe. Berserker defies description. His body of steel and his superhuman strength, and his regenerative powers on top of that. He's not someone you can match. The 8th servant does not retreat from such an opponent and overwhelms Berserker using demonic swords and the holy swords he releases. When I look up, I can see that Tosaka is pale as well. It's only natural. The place below us is a land of death. We'll die instantly if we enter it. No, more than that. He's a demon. By the way, can we identify any of these weapons? And there's a bulb there. It's hard to tell with the art here, but I think these are the same ones we saw in the archives last time. But he's a demon. He's brutally different from Berserker. That man wishes for battle only to kill others. But such an enemy in front of him, the Black Giant is still the strongest. He does not stop even if he is pierced or slashed all over his body. He receives the rain of noble phantasms, regenerates each time, and closes in on his enemy. It is an advanced devoid of tactics. He's not thinking about countering the enemy's attacks. It's a savage fight where he advances on his enemy as long as he still lives. He will not reach the enemy. Berserker's brute courage will prove futile and he will end his life as a mere target. The enemy understands that. That's why he's standing there and provoking the foolishly advancing giant. Black Giant does not have a way to win. It's something the enemy and even I understand. And probably even Berserker himself knows that. But the giant keeps walking forward. He knows no retreat and does not avoid the attacks. The man greets the figure with a smile. Ha! As expected from dog shit. You can only fight. I had hopes for you as a fellow demigod, but it seems I expected too much. The noble phantasm emerges from space. Letting out a laugh, he readies the noble phantasm behind him. And let me finish you off now. It will be unpleasant for you to come any closer. At his signal, the numerous noble phantasms descend on the giant. The giant repels most of them, and at the same time loses most of his life. The black giant shakes. The body of rock starts to fall, but the giant stands his ground and shakes the noble phantasms from his body. What? The exclamation of surprise comes from the strange servant. Black Giant destroys the swarm of noble phantasms and moves towards his enemy. His body is dying already. With the hopeless fatal wounds, the Black Giant still advances. It's a result of a strong will. It's not madness resulting from being a berserker. The giant faces this hopeless fight with an iron will. Damn, a mere target survived my attack? The magical bullets are fired mercilessly. Repelling it with his axe sword, the giant corners the man with his body, slashed him with his limbs pierced. He will not reach the man, but he still challenges the man because there is something he cannot give up. And what is he moving forward for? Servants fight for their master, to protect the master's life. That's why that giant does not retreat. He can only move forward as a shield to protect the frightened master behind him. The giant continues his foolish advancement. It's because he knows that he needs to take all the attacks in order to beat that servant without having his master killed. And when he reaches his enemy, that is what he wins. From the beginning, that has been this battle's nature. The man has to kill the giant before he reaches him. The giant has to approach the man before his life ends. It is a battle where the one to accomplish their goal is the one to win. The giant is aware of that, even if it is a battle with no hope of victory from the start. He roars. Coming out of his 10th death, his body explodes forward. He charges into the man like a bull charging a matador. You lowlife. Numerous arrows are released. Was it his last charge, or did he just get used to the attacks? The giant repels all the arrows. He approaches the owner of the noble phantasms. He swings his axe sword. The weapon has not yet been raised against the man, rips through the air. Heaven's Chain. Black Bull is captured by numerous appearing chains. What kind of noble phantasm is it?
Man, I was hoping for Gilgamesh to get bonked.
The chain that appears out of nowhere confines Berserker as if binding space itself. The chain twists Berserker's arms and bends them in a direction they should not go. The chain is tightened mercilessly, trying to tear off the rock-like head. Damn, you still won't die? This chain once bound the Bull of Heaven, but even this does not seem to be enough to finish you. The man's voice. The hall is filled with the creaking sounds of the chain. It must be Berserker's power. The giant tries to break the chain that binds even space itself. Even if it sounds impossible, I'm sure the giant will be able to manage it. And the man acknowledges that as well. Misaki?
Oh. No. Come back, Berserker.
The girl screams. Elysiel commands Berserker to retreat using her command spell. But the giant is still bound by chains, unable to move an inch.
Why? I tell you come back inside of me, so why?
It is useless, you puppet. Not even the gods can escape these chains. No, it will become stronger the more divine one is. This is a chain made to bind the gods. It will not allow transportation through a command spell. And so, the man points to the giant as if to denote the end.
Oh.
An astonished girl's voice. It's over. It really ends.
Oof.
Bound by chains, he receives 22 noble phantasms on his defenseless body. The black giant falls silent after becoming a grotesque object. By the way, if I remember correctly, another name for the chains is actually Enkidu.
Oh.
And that's actually why Enkidu's noble phantasm stuns divine enemies.
Makes sense.
I don't even need to check if he's alive or not. Even if he is a great hero that overcame 10 deaths, he should not be able to get up after receiving 20. Yes, even if he is alive, he should not even have the power to breathe. And the battle ends. It was known from the start who was going to win. Berserker cannot beat that servant. No, servants cannot beat that man as long as they are heroic spirits. All heroic spirits have things that they were weak against when they were alive. Those are their greatest weak points. Then what if there is a hero who possesses all the noble phantasms, even the ones that killed each hero? This is a result. Even if he may be stronger, he cannot beat that man.
No. No. Berserker!
The girl in white runs to the giant corpse. Seeing it, the man mercilessly slashes the girl with the sword in his hand. A scream. The man slashes her eyes in one blow. And he pierces her heart. But it misses. No, he made it miss. The girl is pierced in her lung and coughs up blood. The chains are broken. Shattering his binds, the black giant charges at the man. The man pierces the slow-moving target. A lance to pierce the heart. He impales the giant with a lance very similar to Gabolg. That's it. The black giant dies for sure this time. The sword is pulled out from the girl. Leaving traces of red, the girl crawls to the unmoving giant. Watching it in delight, the man walks forward. He throws down his sword. He will use his bare hands to finish off the dying girl. I'll die. I'll probably die. I'll surely die this time. There's no logic behind that servant. He'll kill anyone that hinders him. I'll surely be killed if I don't get away from here before he finds me. And I... Let's save down here. Let me check the load chart. Okay, so one of these does lead to a bad ending, but like it goes about it in a weird way. So it first gives you the so if you say restrain myself, you get a flag called coward, and then on the next scene it checks if you've triggered the coward flag before sending you to the bad ending.
Well, Arin said to restrain yourself,
Yeah.
clearly.
Yeah.
You're just following her advice, which is never correct for some reason.
Yeah. I restrain my body that wants to go out. I see Tosaka biting her lips. I know. Tosaka wants to stop him as well. But we'll be the ones to be killed if we do so. We can't stop him. The man's arm reaches out for the girl. I can't breathe. My feet are on fire from wanting to jump out. I believe, by the way, these dashes, I believe that's supposed to be like Ilya like screaming. If we had voice acting on, we could hear it, but feet are on fire from wanting to jump out. My arms want to go over the terrace. My body is shaking as if I broke down, and it tries to go against my brain. It's as if I've gone crazy. I kill my voice and kill my mind. I kill the girl below me as if I kill myself. Oof. And it ends. The man pulls something out of the girl with a smile. A red object that looks like a poisonous fruit. The thing in the man's hand is the girl's heart.
Wow, it's Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. My mind burns down. My brain that has gone white shakes with violent anger. Oh, I smell something bad, but I see. There was a fool that has been watching the spectacle, huh? With the girl's heart in his right hand. How insolent of you. A mere lowlife should not look directly at me. He shoots off one of his noble phantasms at me. What the... Uh-oh. I got an error message.
The game is just white right now.
Yeah, it's white on my screen too, but an error message popped up. I don't know if it's going to close the game if... It's in Japanese, so I can't read what it says.
I'm glad you saved.
uh, I don't
Like,
remember.
somewhat recently, anyways.
Yeah, I don't remember this. Okay, it's not progressing.
Uh-oh.
Um, hmm.
You know, in this case, we have to stop him. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Let's see.
We have to stop him.
Yep. Well, the good news
It means
is
we're
there is another
stopping the
path to that
power.
bad ending a little bit later, so we're not missing anything.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope it's that scene that triggers it and not the bad ending scene itself. Yeah, so let me just check the flowchart here. So yeah, we can stop him, then It's actually, yeah, so this will go on for a bit, and then we'll get another choice later that can lead to that same bad ending.
Okay.
Okay. Stop that man. My frozen body bursts. My feet lift me up, and my arms grab the railing at the same time. I see Tosaka as I do so. She's biting her lips in anger while watching the tragedy below us. I know, Tosaka wants to stop him as well, but we'll be the ones to be killed if we do so. She can't stop him. That goes the same for me as well. I know it's stupid of me to die trying to save a dying girl. I don't care about that. I just can't leave her be. This all fills my mind. I jump down over the railing. Tosaka and Shinji both look in surprise at the intruder, but the man does not even look at me. The man reaches for the girl's body. Stop! I yell. I stop him with all my might. Oh? The man stops his arm, and he slowly turns to me like death that found its new prey. Oh, interlude.
Going back over a month, he was summoned into this world before anyone. He was not summoned in this country. A faraway foreign land. The land is always covered in white, the sky is always gray, and the castle is built within a hidden mountain. It is always winter in that land. Coldness and stagnation, barrenness and longing. As they cut all ties with the present world and await the reproduction of a miracle, they are like living corpses. The cold winter air steals their human warmth, and the stagnant world does not allow them a new lifestyle. The family is a seeker of the Holy Grail. Spring does not come for the Einsborn family until their wish is fulfilled. It has been 10 centuries since they started the search for the Holy Grail. As they used every possible method to attain their goal, they were eventually able to forge the Holy Grail. But even then, all they can build is a vessel. The divine mystery that should dwell in there is empty, and they keep building vessels that will never be filled. But a foreseeable end comes to them. They perform a ritual to fill the vessel with help from the outsiders. The result is both a success and a failure. The Holy Grail is made. The Holy Grail should be filled with that method. But they make many enemies at the same time. Even though they should be the owners of the Holy Grail, they have been degraded down to common magi that donate help. Their tenacity is abnormal. No, they have been obsessed since that time 1,000 years ago, when they almost obtained the Holy Grail. They broke the rules and constantly pulled out the strongest card. Constantly pulled out the strongest card. In the first one, they did not have time to do such a thing. In the second one, they finally found a loophole in the rules. In the third one, they summoned what they shouldn't have. And in the fourth one,
They were sure of their victory, having the strongest card and its master. The result was a total failure. The servant and the master they selected betrayed them. The man destroyed the Holy Grail, leaving behind his wife and daughter in the Winter Castle. They were infuriated with this man's betrayal, and they lamented their mistake. Outsiders cannot be trusted. Their family, with their perfected magic circuits, will be the only ones to obtain the Holy Grail. They had insurance to begin with. And on the fifth one, they finally prepared the strongest master and servant. It was him, 2 months before the Holy Grail War began. Every rule was broken for him, Berserker, to be summoned. The days that followed were to only hurt the master. The command spell engraved all over the girl was used to control Berserker. It did no good as a magic circuit and only drained her life away. Even the slightest move on Berserker's part caused the girl to scream in pain. It was only natural. The Holy Grail would appear in 2 months. The only thing keeping him in this world were the girl's magical energy and her command spell. Berserker was not created from the magical energy of the Holy Grail. Even if the girl may have been special, to keep Berserker in this world using her own magical energy was like having her life taken away. Knowing that, they still did not allow her to rest. They abandoned them in the winter forest filled with hungry beasts. They gave them over to possessed corpses. They threw them in a waste yard full of failures. The only way for the girl to survive was to rely on the giant she had been given. She survived the training that was more like torture. She would let the giant attack the oncoming enemies. She would let out screams of anguish, but she allowed him to attack every one of her enemies. He did not know himself. When the process became a special one for him. In contrast to her young appearance, she hated whining. Everything that came out of her mouth was an insult. She must have instinctively known that if she was going to murmur something, she would get stronger when she would insult and hate someone. The girl scorned Berserker for being ugly and cursed his existence. It was only natural. The girl would not have had to suffer if he had not existed. She would not have been thrown in hell if she had not been chosen as a master. The girl insulted the giant every chance she got and used him to take out her anger. The pain had lessened by the time she mastered Berserker's control, which was when the Holy Grail showed signs of its appearance. The girl took away the giant's sanity as if in revenge, treating him as a mad warrior. But he already knew that this was the girl's desperate opposition. The girl did so to hide her weakness. She walked with pride as if saying that she could live alone, and that she did not need any friends or collaborators. It was a bluff to ignore the fact that she was fated to have nothing. You're strong, Berserker. The Winter Forest. The girl timidly touched the arm covered in blood. Surrounded by hungry beasts, the girl was prepared for her death, but desperately denied it. At that time, he was not able to move without an order from his master, and he was the first to be attacked by the beast. The beast bit off pieces of his neck, head, and limbs. With the scene in front of her, the girl screamed. As he had his sanity taken away, he could not recall what she said back then. But the girl yelled not for her sake but for his. Even though her body was destroyed whenever he swung his arm, she endured it for his sake. That's why they were both covered in blood. The giant was covered in the beast's blood, and the girl was covered in her own blood. He remembers the winter forest, the weight of the girl that rested on him, crying tears of anguish. And he realized, in that small, cold castle, he was the only one she talked to. No, no, Berserker! Her figure appears in his vision. It is just like that time, the tears he did not see on her since she became a complete master. The girl is running to him in tears, and the man slashes her. The golden foal gashes her eyes with a single slash, taking away her light forever. Her face is covered in red. She still runs in spite of that, but falls over a piece of rubble as her eyes are cut. The slender body falls over. There. The enemy's sword is brought down. The sword misses her heart. The girl is coughing up blood as her lung must have been pierced. It is not instant death, but it is fatal. With her eye slashed and her lung pierced, and her servant eliminated, she has nothing now. So she should at least die peacefully. It might be a salvation if she would just go to sleep right there. But...
Huh? It hurts. It hurts, Berserker.
The girl crawls, leaving traces of blood. Crying in pain, she crawls towards the black giant. How much power was left in him? Breaking the chains with all his might, he charges at the man.
Heh.
The demonic lance is thrust. The heart-piercing lance impales the giant. That ends it. The man pulls out the lance as if nothing has happened, and the remaining power in the giant completely disappears. His body disappears. All the power that was giving his body form has disappeared. So all that is left for him is to disappear. As he ran out of magical energy, there is no way for him to stay in this world. He falls. But in his last living moment, he sees the girl fumbling around for him. Power returns to his falling body, the law of magic that constructed him. The regulation of the world that hates inconsistencies, the body that is crumbling away like sand.
You're strong, Berserker.
He pushes aside all powers trying to eliminate him, using his own power of will. He cannot disappear yet. He is probably the only one she relied on. He has to answer the solitary girl that believed in him, although she insulted him.
Where are you? I don't know. It's so dark, Berserker.
With her eyes slashed, the girl crawls with her hands stretched out. She must want to feel him, as she cannot see now. The bloodstained hand gropes through empty space, trying to verify his presence. There is no power left in him. There is nothing he can do. Berserker will fall here and die here. His body has died, and there is no power left to support him.
Oh, so I'm fine. I won't lose to anyone as long as I have you, Berserker.
But that cannot be allowed. His mind is dead. Supporting his body with his will that should no longer exist, he parts from this world. His body is still standing, just as it was when he was invincible. As if to say his body has to be invincible until the very last second for the girl that depended on him. and the girl reaches him. The hand that was grasping through an empty space finally touches something. Oh. Coughing up blood, the girl crawls to the hard figure. She cannot see, but she can still feel him. Berserker hasn't lost yet. She cannot see anyone, but Berserker is still strong, like always. That's good, Berserker. Stay here. Stay there, okay? Strength fades from her body. She is hurt and scared, but it's alright as long as he's here. He always protected her. He was scary, but he was really kind. His big body was like that of a dad, and she wanted for him to pick her up once. I'm not scared anymore, even though it's dark. You're strong, Berserker. I'm safe if you're there like that. She rests her body on him. It feels as though he'll rest one of his big, solid hands on her head. It's probably true. He should be patting around her head when she opens her eyes. It's a bit cold. Her body is cold. Recalling the force in that time, the girl smiles. It happened so long ago. Recalling the giant that protected her even when injured, the girl peacefully falls asleep.
Interlude out.
At least there she peacefully fell asleep. Instead of like, earlier where she was still awake when he ripped her heart out.
Yep. So now you might understand why Seatsunai was able to briefly summon Berserker during Lost Belt 2. It's just because Ilya's connection with him is that strong.
Like, that was cute.
The man reaches out for the girl that went to sleep. Stop! I yell. I don't consider the personal danger, nor what could have happened to me. Oh? The man stops. Behind him stands Shinji, surprised at another sudden intruder. The man smiles ominously. Stop! A shaking throat speaks up before I can think. But there's no way that man will stop. I couldn't even tell him to stop. The man pulls something out of the girl with a smile. A red object that looks like a poisonous fruit. The thing in the man's hand is the girl's heart. My mind burns down. Fear of being killed mixed with my desire to kill him. So there was an audience. I understand how you want to observe my gallant figure, but the giant with the girl's heart in his right hand. Watch what you say. No one gives orders to a king, you lowlife. Shoots off his numerous noble phantasms at me. Oh, again?
Really?
Yeah, oh boy. You know what?
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna try running this translate through Google Translate to see what it is. 1 minute, folks. Because I can't copy paste the text. I gotta crop this and
The man going through this game compared to like Fate Grand Order.
yep.
I'm starting to question one of my big bro's taste, because 2 of the characters he really likes, he's actually watched Fate or Stay Night and stuff. He likes Gilgamesh and Emiya, but from what I'm getting in the game so far, they're both kind of assholes.
Yeah.
So now I'm starting to question his taste, because in Fate Grand Order, I'm like, they're fine. They seem pretty cool.
Yeah, when
but here, I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, that was why it was such a big surprise when we saw Castergil in Babylonia, because he's completely different there.
Yeah, he's cool. He's still arrogant, but he's cool.
Yep.
But here, he's just a complete asshole.
All right, let me see what Google says. File. Shut time before. Okay, it's crashing because it's missing a sound effect.
The heck?
Hmm. Let's see, is there anything in the files I could possibly force to show up there? Let's see, patch. Ring route 13th day. Where are these .ks files at? Oh boy, this. It's not gonna work. I don't remember ever running into this trouble previously, but when I first played this game, it was on a different computer.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got?
On the bright side, it's almost the 4-hour mark, so it's not too bad if you have
Yeah,
to, like,
but
patch the game.
I want to get through the scene before we finish, so that was the thing.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Maybe someone has run this problem before. Let me check Google. See if. Let's see. Fate Stay Night VN Crash. No, not that. Let's see. Uh. Hmm. I see a different crash here. That's not the one I'm looking for. Counter crash. And I'm seeing different crashes than the one I'm having here. Hmm. Okay. Stop that man. Skip. Skip. What? Hmm. It's. It should do that when it's skipping the scene, though. It's really weird. Wait, what is this console here? Wonder if I can fix it by changing a setting, maybe. Config. Hmm. Okay, let's try something like this. Sound effects 0, instant effects on, special effects off. Nope, that didn't work.
Dang.
I don't know why it's missing sound effect would cause it to lock up like that either. Um, let's fix those back to how they were. Hmm. I don't know if there's anything else I can do here. I, I don't get it. This did not happen last time. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out off stream, I think. So, sorry to end on a cliffhanger there, folks. We'll
Oh wait, before ending, can we look at the status screen updates?
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're on Medea's rule breaker here. Let's see, abilities. Hmm. That was creation of tools. Hmm. Oh yeah, here's a mention of Jason.
For Medea.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Aphrodite.
I didn't know she killed her brother for Jason, though.
Yeah, neither did I. I forgot about all this text here. Actually, I'd never even heard of Medea before this game.
Same.
Yeah. Let's see. High speed divine language. This is the skill that lets her instant charge her NP and FGO.
Oh, that's sad how it's valuable, but she can't use it.
I believe this is a healing skill in FGO. Let's see. Do we have new information for Assassin? No? I like how when something new comes up, it just says "wise up" for a second.
Yep. What does it say for Gilgamesh?
Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah, Noble Gate of Babylon. Noble Phantasm. Oh yeah, I think he's the only one with an EX trained Noble Phantasm in this game. Let's see. Berserkers all A's. I think it only says C for her because we don't. She hasn't actually used Excalibur yet.
Mhm.
Yeah, like, at this point, this is the first time EX has ever come up in anything Fate related.
The man, sir, you're chaotic good, huh?
Yeah.
Based on what we've seen so far, you ain't good.
This is Fatal Alignments don't work quite the same way as Dungeons and Dragons. Like a lot of it has to do with how someone sees themselves.
Hmm.
Like I think Ereshkigal is evil, even though she's pretty nice. Yeah, we don't have a lot of information on him yet.
I wonder why his tuning was still blank, though.
Oh, yeah, I guess they didn't properly update. They did say it was Hercules.
Yeah.
Hmm. All right, so yeah, I'll see if I can figure out a way around this off screen. We'll hopefully continue tomorrow.
Hmm.
So, yep, thanks for watching, everyone. As I said, we'll be back tomorrow. And hopefully Misaki will have a new mic if she can find one.
Yep.
Yep. All right, so later.